All right, folks. Hey, what is going on? What up? Hey, we're gonna do some artwork today. My name is Phil Kearney. I create role-playing games. I design, illustrate, and publish games. If you think today's stuff is cool, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. Hey, new subscribers! Thanks a lot, guys. Like, subscribe, hit the bell icon for notifications of when we're live in the future. Here's a bunch of books that I've already created that are on the DMsGuild. They all have free previews. They're chock full of my art and ideas. If you're a 5e kind of person, you might enjoy some of the stuff that's in there for your own campaigns. And if you do, here's my Discord. You can drop in, no cost, say hey, and if you can't afford books but you love what you see, support me on Patreon, please. That'd be awesome. Let's see. Let's go with okay, so here is our canvas, and I think we're good to go. Okay, this is the book cover we made, and if the sound balance is off, let me know. This is the Ultraloth that we had painted. We spent last week and yesterday on it. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. It's not the most amazing art, but it's pretty cool, so I'm happy with that. How's my sound doing? Hold on. So I'm happy with that. How's my sound doing? Yeah, there's plenty of background sound. Cool. Let me drop that off. If I'm paying for you guys to hear music, I'd like to make sure that you guys are hearing the music. So, cheers to that, y'all. Let's see. Let's get that set, and that is set, and we're starting a new illustration today. So we're just gonna explore and play a little bit and see if it leads us somewhere. We have a large space here, and that is too large of a space for me to ignore. It looks like stuff, like there's something missing. But this is the stat block. This is all there is for the Stirge. So at this point, if I wanted to add something to it, it'd be like flavor text. And it's always better to show than to tell. So I figure if we're gonna drop flavor text down here, let's make an illustration. And there's at one point a swarm of Stirge that afflicts the team. Hold on, one of the illustrations that I have not completed that I will not be attending to today is the tactical movement of mobs. So we modified, we took the mob mechanics from the DMG 2024 and swapped them around so mobs become mobile hazards. So groups of monsters can be presented as a new hazard called a mob. Monsters in a mob don't act on their own. Instead, they move and act together using the following variant rules. A mob forms when 3 or more similar monsters begin a round of combat within melee reach of at least one of the other. More monsters can join a mob during their turn by moving to a space within melee reach of at least one other monster in the mob. Doing so ends that monster's turn. When a mob is formed, roll initiative once for the entire mob, using the initiative modifier listed in the individual monster's statistics. And then you have moving a mob, and they have to stay connected, just like my fleet mechanics that we had for Spelljammer. If you want to form a fleet of ships so that they all move together, they have to be adjacent to each other in some manner. Mob does the same thing. And then, and so if you want to see like a lot of tactical movement stuff, you can check out the Spelljammer book. It has free preview. Go to the squadrons and fleet section in the Spelljammer combat and exploration book that I built. So that is a deep dive into vast scale movement and combat. It's pretty cool. I really enjoy it. Mob hazard save DCs. Instead of making individual attacks, when a mob ends its turn within melee reach of an enemy, that target creature makes a strength or dexterity saving throw against the hazard DC. The hazard DC is 8 plus the listed melee hit bonus plus number of monsters within melee reach of the enemy up to a DC of 30. If the saving throw fails, the target takes mob damage as detailed below and is grappled by the mob unless stated otherwise. A successful save takes only half damage and avoids being grappled. Breaking the grapple of a mob requires only one strength or dexterity check against the mob DC. So it uses the same grappling. I love 2024 rules so much. Like, this mob idea has been floating around for a while, and we had a solution. But 2024 rules makes grappling so easy that you can just extrapolate that to almost any kind of scenario that involves trying to avoid a situation. Like, you could use grappling rules in social combat, like to worm your way out of that horrible conversation with Aunt Gertrude that you have every goddamn Christmas. So if the saving throw fails, the target takes mob damage and is grappled. If you save, you only take half damage and you are not grappled. So it's basically a mob becomes a mobile hazard that if you touch it, bad. So you want to avoid it. Actually, it turns out that the two best classes in the game to fight against mobs are monks and rogues, because of the evasion mechanic. Evasion completely works with this. So once your team realizes that your monk and your rogue can basically corral and lead a mob around while your ranged attackers take them out, it either takes time or resources, and mobs are designed to sap all of that. It saps your time, but it doesn't waste your time. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, in the game, the longer you fight a mob, the more likely you are to attract another mob. So you got to get rid of them quickly, otherwise you're going to get caught up in a swarm of undead. And it kills your resources, because it's either going to take away your hit points from being contacted, or you're going to have to burn spell slots and daily abilities to cycle through them quickly. But if you run across a mob like 4 or 5 ghouls at 8th level, that's not a big problem. But if they then attract the attention of 3 ghasts and 7 zombies, then it starts to become a problem, because those are all swarms as well, or mobs. Hey, Rel, it's good to see you, my guy. So mob hazard and damage effects. We're gonna paint a Stirge Swarm. So I figured I'd go through the rules of mob mechanics for you guys to see what the context here is. So to determine the amount of damage a mob deals to an enemy, multiply the proficiency bonus listed in the individual monster's statistics by the number of monsters within melee reach of the enemy, and add this number to the base damage of the individual monster's listed melee attack. So if the monster has more than one type of attack, choose that one, the one that is most appropriate. If the listed attack deals more than one type of damage, add the multiplied results to each damage type. If the listed melee attack has an additional effect that forces a saving throw when hit, the target rolls the DC listed in the attacker's description with disadvantage. If the monster has a trait or reaction that forces a saving throw, the target rolls against the listed DC with disadvantage. I could probably clean that language up to just be one listing, since they both refer to DCs at disadvantage. I spelled them out just to make it obvious, but I could probably tighten that language. Abilities and features that affect the amount of damage taken can be applied to mob hazard damage. For example, some examples, abilities and features that affect the amount of damage taken can be applied to mob hazard damage. Some examples include the rogue and monk evasion features, reduces the damage of a mob hazard to 0, and if the save succeeds, or half if it fails. The monk deflect attack feature reduces the total damage taken by D10 plus your dexterity modifier and monk level. If the damage is reduced to 0, you can expend 1 focus point to deal damage to one of the monsters in the mob. See, stuff like that. So super simple. And just to continue with the conversation, to give you an example, and then we'll get to work. Example of mob hazard statistics, a ghoul mob. The following section provides an example of the damage dealt by 6 ghouls converted into a mob hazard. Ghouls have 2 attacks, a bite attack that deals both piercing and necrotic damage, and a claw attack that deals slashing damage and forces you to make a saving throw or become paralyzed. So a ghoul has a proficiency bonus of +2 and a +2 dex modifier. The base DC is 8. +2 + 2 equals 12. So 2 from the proficiency bonus, 2 from the modifier, and a claw attack that deals slashing damage and forces you to make paralyzed. Goes proficiency bonus. The base attack by Oh, I need to add that in there. Apparently, I missed that line. It should say the base damage of a bite attack. Oh no, sorry. Okay, the DC is 8 plus 2 plus 2 equals 12. Thank you. The base damage of the bite attack deals 5 piercing damage plus proficiency bonus of plus 2 for 6 ghouls, which is 12 prof times 6 equals 12, plus the base damage of 5, so it's a DC 18. And it on a hit together, failing hazard save against a mob of biting ghouls deals 17 piercing damage and 15 necrotic damage on a failed dexterity save, DC 18, or 8 and 7 damage if the save succeeds. So if you get caught by a mob of 6 ghouls, you automatically take 15 points of damage and potentially become paralyzed, rolling with disadvantage. The bite doesn't. The claw bite is simpler. It's less damage and the effect. So bite hazard, reach 5 feet. If the target fails the saving throw listed below, it takes the corresponding piercing and necrotic damage and has the grappled condition, escape DC as listed below, or half damage if successful. So 6, 19 piercing, 21 damage for the bite attack. The basic damage of the bite. Chuck. Let's see. So minimum 3 to make a mob. DC is 16. 3 times 2 equals 12. Plus, the DC is its base DC 8 plus 2 plus 2. There you go, 12 with plus 6 because there are 6 ghouls for a hazard DC 18. Thank you. So stacking damage, 16, 17, 18, it just ratchets up with each one that you go with. And then the damage also basically increases by 2 because that is the proficiency modifier for that creature. So 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23. And you can't have more creatures touch you than you have sides and reach, right? So ghouls only have a 5-foot reach. So a medium-sized target, which typically is characters, only have 8 sides that they can be surrounded by. So a mob can't do more than 8 creatures worth of damage to you at any given time. But unless you can break the grapple, it's going to be ongoing damage. Targeting mobs with attacks and spells, reducing the size. So anyway, you'll see it. So you can read through that. I feel like there's something off in the math that I want to double check when we get to it. So I'm going to put a swirl. I'm going to put a swirl here just to double check. Because I feel like math has failed somehow. Double check. So throughout the adventure, the team faces swarms of or mobs of undead, which aren't, because your 8th level character is a single, like 2 or 3 ghouls attacking you separately isn't a very big threat. But if you have, let's pan back out again here. There's a ghoul. Yeah. All right, back to work. Chunk. There we go. Nope, that's not it. Where'd my bit go? Scroll up, Kearney. There we go. This is where we're at. So we're gonna make a swarm. Let's do some stick figure shit and find out what's going on. This was my initial sketch idea. All right. Let's see. Let's go with. How's everyone doing, man? It's good to see y'all. It's Christmas here. If you catch us in the future, you don't necessarily know what date it is. Well, it's Christmas. It's the morning of Christmas Eve, December 24th, and I am on a staycation doing some artwork as a gift to myself. Let's see. I think I want to send. Okay, so we're going to put this in the manifest zone, which is full of green poisonous fog that causes exhaustion when you make a Constitution saving throw of DC 13 and you fail it. You gain a degree of exhaustion, and it goes away after a short rest spent in clean air. So the Manifest Zone, the plane of Mabar, is the realm of necromancy, darkness, and scary stuff. And no, it's like that. Fun little guy. Let's start like that. We're just gonna sketch some shit in right now, but I'm thinking a swarm, so let's You can't have any trees in the Manifest Zone because they've all rotted, so that doesn't make any sense. I like the idea of the lighting. So, the green lighting. There's this moss called Vulpina Lotharia. It's viridescent, which means it has a green. It emits a green phosphorus glow on its own. It's a chemical process. But the Manifest Zone creates this thick layer of fog that blocks out all the sunlight. Because it's Mabar. So anywhere inside the Manifest Zone, it is dim lighting because the fog is blocking all incoming light, and the light is, but the moss on the ground will radiate upward. So there's a green undertone light that underlights the entire 5-mile area that the Manifest Zone is inside of or occupies. So all of our illustrations gets to have this cool underlighting effect. So you'll see them in the illustrations when you look at the book. But the Manifest that fog is the result of all the forest and the carnwood inside of that Manifest Zone rotting. The necrotic effects of the zone destroy the soil and rots all of the vegetation in the area. It just doesn't survive the necrotic effect. So it emits as this gas that's poisonous and it's infectious. So when the wind picks up, it'll carry some of that mist out and spread spores that will then, if it finds, like mushrooms, if it finds a patch that doesn't hit sunlight, it'll start to grow into this necrotic moss. And when people are killed by undead infected by the crystals, like the soil and the moss that grows in Mabar, if an undead dies and it doesn't get direct sunlight, it then grows this glowing moss out of it, which releases spores, which starts to infect an area, which creates Vulpina creepers, which are plant monsters that can infect creatures by hitting them with a spore attack to infect them, and then they become poisoned and potentially die. There's a pack of rabid, quote-unquote rabid dogs that are so affected by that affliction that their eyes and their mouths are being crusted over with these necrotic crystals, so they basically get like rabies. And you can heal them if you want to, and anyone that loves the animals is going to have their heartstring pulled and want to expend something like 5 paladin healing points to cure the affliction on the dog, or remove curse, or lesser restoration. All these would work, but they sap the team of resources. So right up front, we throw them a pack of dogs that are afflicted by something. They could say, "Oh God, we got to kill them." But your 8th level characters, it's going to be easy to kill them. You could do that, or some parties might actually try to corral them and heal them, and now they have a pack of dogs. So I mean, there's opportunities within opportunities, but it's all built around how does the team want to sap their resources on their way to solving the mystery of what the fuck is going on around here. So that's just a cool little thing that you can throw in, and when you know your party, you can fuck with them that way by organizing different encounters that will play into what you know is their weakness, especially if they play themselves as an animal enthusiast, either as characters or more nefariously as actual players. You gotta play the players as much as you play the game. We're gonna do that. And I think we're gonna do just some heroic posing shit here, trying to fight a fucking swarm of bugs. That actually seems like a lot of fun. Oh, we have a guy with a spear in here. I've forgotten his name offhand. There's a lot of NPCs in here that the team can pick up as sidekicks or allies and informants. But one of them in one of the situations, there's a group of scouts that are of the Silver Flame that get caught out and stuck in a tree because there's a swarm of infected dogs, like we were talking about just a minute ago. They're surrounding the tree, and at one point they fell asleep in the tree, and one guy fell out of the tree and got mauled by the dogs and is dead now. That actually draws the team's attention, is the sound of him crying out and the branch breaking and the sound of dogs tearing into him. It's like, oh, that sounds interesting. Let's go check that out. And so there's a mauled dead guy there, but he was a sword. He was a spear and shield guy, and he never had a chance. He's only like a CR1 tough, but if he were to somehow survive, he'd make a great warrior sidekick. And it's a party of 4. They have 2 scouts and 2 toughs. And you can make them allies if you wanted to. They're very low CR, so it's not like they'd survive much. But they also have information. So each NPC that you encounter, depending on how you deal with them, they have information they can share with you to lead you towards, the source of the manifest zone and the necromancers that are performing the ritual to create it. It's Cult of the Emerald Claw. So if you're adventuring in Karrnath, it's very likely you're already tangling with these cats. So it's a motivating plot line. It's a motivating enemy for anyone that's into Karrnath. But additionally, there's 5 alternate plot hooks. The assumed plot hook is that you are deputized by Fort Bastion to investigate crimes that the sheriff really doesn't have time for. So now that the war is over, there's a lot of how would you say, mobile homeless. So there's a lot of people drifting inside of Karrnath right now. Not only displaced soldiers that haven't acquired land yet, but also refugees that survived Sire. The war is over, but they don't have a home to go back to. The Mournland is a wasteland, so there's actually a lot of displaced Sire citizens inside Karrnath, and a lot of these veterans and refugees are just setting up camp and farming wherever it is that they can find land. And the Carnwood is known for its undead threats, so there's not a lot of buildup of owned land around the edge of the Carnwood. But there's so many people looking for space that they're like, yeah, this is good enough. Even though we all know it's fucking haunted, it's worth the risk. It's open land, and the nation of Karrnath currently has a don't ask, just be productive sort of mentality towards anyone that wants to settle there, because they can't use undead for troops anymore. It's becoming a little gauche to have undead servants. They're trying to get away from that aspect of their militarism. I don't know the adjective on that there, but they're trying to distance themselves from the blood of Vol and undead, like raising the enemy as dead to fight themselves. That's just, it's distasteful in public company. So they're trying to move away from that history. So they need a shitload of people, and the best way to do that is produce more food and encourage people to settle and have families. So that's what's happening. So there's one such refugee and veteran village is along the Carnwood, the village Peace, and it gets attacked by a horde of undead because there is the manifest zone where the Emerald Claw are creating the manifest zone. The manifest zone is so powerful that it's actually raising the dead that are buried in the area. And wouldn't you know it, it's on a forgotten military graveyard. So it's full of soldiers that have died for the cause or whatever, and but like hundreds of years ago, like back when it was still Galifar. And so it's a Galifar cemetery And there's like there's little side pieces like like the Kornberg Chronicle, for example, will pay a bounty to anyone that can find information about Karnath's past during this block of time where this cemetery was made. So the cemetery gets uncovered by all the forced rotting away from the necrotic effects of the manifest zone. So it then exposes the cemetery, and then the necrosis seeps into the soil and it raises all the dead. So there's a cemetery of 250 soldiers that are in the process of animating and attacking the nearby village. But yeah, if you have characters that have some sort of investigative reporting link, like there's many different. I could have made a Kornberg Chronicles plot hook for this adventure. I didn't think of it. We already have 6 alternate plot hooks, and one of them is that diviners of the Silver Flame have noticed the buildup of necrotic energy in Karnath, like through divine like contact other plane, and like just sequestering and prayer with their god is giving them divine foresight that hey, there's weirdness brewing in Karnath. Go check it out. So instead of being deputized by Fort Bastion, you are plane shifted to the Manifest Zone by the Church of the Silver Flame to explore the area. And you're the second mission. The first mission that they sent have gone MIA. And so they are afraid that they've been captured and you need to rescue them if you can find them. But the last known location was in the Manifest Zone. So the church is like, we think these are connected, so we're sending you in a neutral party, like non-church worshipers. You're not of the Silver Flame, so you're a neutral party. Because if you get caught, that's going to be 2 instances of Thrain injecting crusaders into Karnath's border. That is a breach of the treaty of Thronehold. So they can't afford that. They already sent scouts in there, and that's already breaching the treaty. So if we need to rescue those guys, we need to send somebody who is not of the church. So you get hired and get plane shifted to where you last saw them, and like we were talking, some of them are stuck in a tree being attacked by undead dogs. And that's how you find them. And if you rescue them, then they can give you the information that they've gathered so far and either stick around as sidekicks, because all the swarms of monsters that you're going to be, the mobs that you're going to be fighting is going to be fatiguing for your party. So having sidekicks with spears and shit that can help act as shield walls and stuff against a horde of undead, not a bad idea. So though we don't call it out specifically for you to do that, that is somebody who's used to working with NPCs as parts of a squad would potentially start thinking about that right away. So it's certainly an option that's in there, which is why we present all of them and give you stat blocks for all the people and stuff, so you can utilize them as sidekicks if needed. But yeah, the cemetery has been lost in time over the past 500 years. And now that the Manifest Zone is stripping away all the forest, it can get discovered. And there's like a 10,000 gold piece bounty for anyone that can bring back irrefutable proof of the existence of the cemetery. And you find it. So if you're into Kornberg, you would know once you recognize because you'll have an opportunity to explore the cemetery. And once you have enough time to identify it and roll well on your history check or whatever, then you'll realize, oh, there's a bounty out for this, and this is worth a fucking fortune. So if you have a character with access to that sort of a background, you can basically slide yourself an extra cool 10,000 gold pieces for picking up a relic or 2 while you're in the cemetery and take it back to home camp. So, yeah, fun option there. Cool stuff. Let's give you some little legs here. So I can get away with, since there's going to be all the green mist, I can get away with a lot of silhouette work. I don't have to do I have detail here. you know what the Stirge looks like. By the way, I'll zoom in a little bit more. I love this guy. Absolutely fucking love it. It's a mix between a bat and basically a bat and a mosquito. I went kind of more of a bee, like a hornet sort of direction. But yeah, it's got this proboscis that it sucks blood through. It's got the bat wings, and it's got the little clawed feet to latch onto its target and just drink blood out of you like Land of the Lost. So awesome. So yeah, we're making a little swarm of, quote unquote little. These things are like 2 feet in size each. So yeah, we're going to have a little swarm of a guy attacking them, and I don't think we're going to have to really break a sweat on this one. So far, so good, man. This one's like fast and so far fast and easy. We'll build in the base here to see if we can have a good composition, yeah, just balanced. Just make sure it's well balanced, and then we can start cleaning up the silhouettes so that they look better. And then from there, we'll add in the fog effect, and then we'll see how penetrating is each figure in that mist. And then we'll go to the ones that are most in the foreground and add a little bit of detail. And then the ones that are furthest away will just remain a faint silhouette, so that we'll be able to, again, get a feeling for how thick this fog is. Because throughout the entire adventure, while you're in the manifest zone, you have at most have a reach of 80 feet to see something. If the fog gets thick, it's 40 feet. And that's just to see anything at all. Beyond 40 feet, it's fully obscured. 20, like you have like in some manifest zones, like you have like 40 feet of clear space, but beyond 40 feet, it becomes obscured. And then beyond 80 feet, it is completely, you can't see it at all. So your infravision, or rather your night vision, or any kind of magical vision, see through darkness, none of that matters, because the necrotic mist is so thick. Your characters are going to, unless they can find an area that is being kept clean, like magically clean of this mist, and there are spots like that, or you can create your own if you figure it out. But these, unless you get into a clean air zone, you are constantly, like in a virtual tabletop, you will forever have either a 20-foot or 40-foot circle of light around you, but the undead aren't affected by it at all. So they can see you 400 feet away, and you can only see them 40 feet away, but you can hear them coming. You can hear things running around in the mist. They're scraping up the ground. You can hear them. They're out there. So, like, if you stay still for too long, you are going to get ambushed by a mob of undead that just come out of the mist. They can see you, and they're heading right for you. So it's 8th level characters dealing with incredible limits of visibility. By the time you can, like, even if you can do an AoE spell, in some circumstances you're going to have to be within 40 feet of them to be able to launch it. And that's really scary when there's a mob of 6 ghouls that are going to do at minimum 15 points of damage to you, and you're going to save against them for paralysis at disadvantage. And you're trying to lob a spell to kill 4 or 5 of them so your team can clean up. But if you get caught out, now you're grappled and you're automatically taking damage each round until you can break free. Now you have to start making hard choices about, do I stand my ground and take the hits and cast the spell, or do I try to get away and let my tankers position themselves in front of the mob so the mob prioritizes the tanks? Because that's the way it works. The full side, like if there's 6 ghouls coming at you, they'll hit you as 6 ghouls, and it'll then be a process of, is it faster for us to attack somebody else or to surround our current character completely? If it's more efficient for the mob to completely surround the characters, that's what it will do. Once it hits a character, if the back end of the mob is closer to somebody else, it'll break off into its own mob. So 6 ghouls can become 2 mobs of 3 ghouls, each dealing automatic damage when they get in contact with a character. So if you come across like a mob of, like, say, 6 zombies and 8 skeletons, that doesn't sound like a big threat to 8th level characters, but once they hit you, if they all glom onto you because you're too far forward, you're going to take 30 points of damage until you can break free, and that can fucking kill you. So it's a big fucking risk, and and that's how we made mobs. So we didn't like I was thrilled to see that the rules in 2024 were supporting mobs. I just hate the fucking way that they did it. I love the way that they handle hazards now. So we already have fleet mechanics that we developed a few years ago that deal with like the movement of swarms. That's in the or mobs. That's in the Spelljammer Combat and Exploration book that we built. And I keep saying we because you guys hang out with me while I do the whole thing. So I kind of feel like we're all in this together. I know that I'm the one that's doing all the work, but you guys are the ones that are showing up and watching it get made. So thank you. That's why I use we so much. It's because I actually kind of feel I do this because these things take so long to build that if I was doing it in isolation all by myself, I would never do it. I'd be way too lonely. It consumes like this is my hobby within a hobby. Not only do I play D&D regularly, I create all this content for it, and that's a lonely space. So I love my time with family and friends, but it's not a lot. So being here online gives me an opportunity to at least engage with people and have an opportunity to feel something. Otherwise, it's just crazy. Like I've done long reaches of isolation while working on stuff, and it sucks. But it also allows for a ton of introspection. So I mean, there's pros and cons to everything, but yeah, I think that feels pretty good. I think like a fourth one would unbalance the picture. So I'm gonna stick with this like that, and let's drop them down a little bit so I don't have to worry about painting feet because fuck you. Yeah, I like that. Okay, cool. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're going to grab a manifest zone. Let's go back to our book cover. Just an update for those that were asking. Oh, hey, what's up, bro? So why are Carnathians giving up on the use of undead? It's just part of the treaty. It's part of the Thronehold Treaty that we're all ending the war, and you're gonna because the undead that they created were Thrain soldiers, or Braylon soldiers, or Aundair soldiers, as well as their own. So if they don't get rid of all their undead, it's basically, that's my granddad, I'm from Thrain, that's my dad. Can you please not use him to water your lawn? Like, that's kind of the gig. It's like, why don't you guys just put all that shit to bed, like, all together? You don't need it. So they gave that up. And then the Blood of Vol was basically looked at as war crimes. So most of the Emerald Claw are basically war criminals. So they're trying to do whatever they can. They go from having access to all this military power magic to being a criminal. So the Emerald Claw is doing a power grab anywhere they can to collect whatever resources they had available to them before they had to get the fuck out. Exactly, right? Makes total sense. We started designing this adventure about 4 years ago, and we were playtesting it 3 years ago. I just find it interesting how hot of a topic immigration is right now in the world, and that like this adventure is like this is probably what people intend immigration to do when done right. And the focus on the adventure is they're being attacked by undead from basically an Indiana Jones style Gestapo, like necro-Nazi, right? So it's a fun little lark, I think, to be able to. I like that. I like with how polarizing immigration is that this adventure that we created paints it in a light of, here's what immigration can do for your people. Here's why it can be important. And I like being able to, I'm not trying to make a political statement. I just like that while this sort of political conversation is happening, that we just happen to have a piece that's related to that content, but isn't about that content. Like protecting these people from an obvious evil is the focus of the adventure, and it's framing them in the light of, you have value here, assimilate, become productive, and you are welcome here, and we won't even ask any questions, which I think was the initial plan for all of this large migration issue that's happening. But I don't think it's the government. It wasn't organic. It was I think, spurred by government permissions and encouragement of invitations, I just don't think it was implemented properly. So that's as political as I'll get on the subject. But I think it's worth addressing because the content of this adventure is timely in that manner. It also has this necrotic fog. If you wear a face mask with dried plants that grow inside of the manifest zone, if you dry them out and basically crumble them up like potpourri and use a face mask with them and breathe through them, you don't get poisoned. And when we were doing the artwork for that stuff, like 2 years ago, when COVID was still was on the tail end, we had already designed the adventure, and now we're like, oh my god, this adventure is talking about having to protect your mouth and your breathing from poison around you. It's like it's so funny. It's really, really funny how much like relevance stuff in this adventure has to what's been going on in the world. It's just it cracks me up. It really, really does. Let's move that to the front and drop the opacity on it so we can start seeing this fogging effect. And then let's go with a darker green. We'll push it down here a little bit more towards blue for a darker color that we can then drop in here. And again, the light comes from the ground in the manifest zone from the viridescent fog that fills the air with this poisonous gas. It emits a green glow from the fungus. So the light from above is blocked by the thick fumes of the mist so that the sun can't come in and destroy the necrotic effects of it. And so inside of the manifest zone, all of these patches of poisonous gas leaking plants, you can stick a flame to them and burn them, but now you're plunged into darkness. So if you want to maintain dim light, you have to let the poison persist. Otherwise, you're just running around in the dark all the time. The undead can see you no matter what, so good luck. It's fucking great. But they do need a place that they can care well for of such a big population. Right. So in this adventure, it's as long as there's so much open, like the entire Talenta Plains, that whole region is open. The only problem is that it's full of halflings on dinosaurs right now. Because Karrnath has been so focused on the war, they haven't been able to watch their six. And now the halflings on their dinosaurs are overtaking southeast Karrnath. So the sheriffs at Fort Bastion have to spend all their time basically playing Wild West, like America Wild West, fighting halflings that are trying to take over their Southland. If they can clear the halflings out, that is millions of miles worth of open land that could be used for crops. But it has to be made secure. So when some random refugee farm is like, hey, we're missing people, it's like that is so low on our radar of issues to be concerned with right now that we're just going to hire somebody, give them a badge, and say, go check this thing out. This badge gives you the authority to ask what you need to ask, and if something is actually amiss, to use your best judgment and take care of it. If everything turns out well, we might give you another gig. And so you're sent out with deputy badges. You have the authority to ask anyone anything that you want. You can arrest them for obstruction if you want to. You have the legal authority to be there and to ask whatever you want. So if you have those badges, then you have a very quick path to have social interactions with people that will be motivated to answer your questions without necessarily having to kill anybody. Or if you flash a badge, they might just surrender to you, depending on who it is that you're working with. Right, exactly. You have those two instances. You have people that are settling in, making farmland and improving the productivity of Karrnath. And then at the other, literally like at the other end of the nation, the other end of the spectrum, you have a swarm of unwanted encroachers occupying your land and preventing you from making use of it, depriving you of your resources. It's a very interesting parallel to what's been going on in the world right now, and it's a really neat way to see like your characters are literally caught inside of all of that. Oh, it's actually pretty cool. Let's go with, okay, so we have our background dark like that. I think I want to drop a darker dollop here. And let's really thin that out. I don't want to be too aggressive with that because then it's going to take away from the. This might be the okay. Let's try doing this just a little bit. I'm trying to be mindful of how dark does it get because it's going to get black the further up you go. It's just you're just going to lose light altogether. But I don't want it to be so dark that you can't see the silhouette here because I can't make the silhouette lighter than the background. That's weird. So the silhouettes have to be the darkest thing on the page. Not in Talenta. In Talenta, the Outriders have just gotten started, but that's a really great place for veterans to be able to pick up mercenary work. Go fight halflings in the Talenta Plains. Be careful, they have shamans, so that's a really neat point of conflict inside. Karnath is just the fucking best for doing cool adventure and campaign ideas like that. Meanwhile, over on the other side, they released Quickstone, which is like the Wild West frontier town with building a train out to Droam, and it has that wasteland between Brayland and Droam where Quickstone is at. They're basically laying down like 500 miles of crystal track to be able to have a lightning rail get out to Droam, and so it's slowly making its way across Eberron. So you're dealing with Wild West stuff out there with rail heists and just like this big country western like Old West vibe there. And then at the same time, like in America's history, that was also the time of the American Indian Wars in the Great Plains, and that is happening over in Karnath. So it really is 1889, 1910, around that time zone in America's history. That's about where we're at in Eberron right now. Plus, but the blimps came in I think in the 30s, 20s or 30s. Yeah, it was in the 20s. So it's right about in that time frame. It's a really good space. It's right before Indiana Jones stuff started happening. 20 years before Indiana Jones. It's a neat time period, and it's a really, and it is that noir mystery sort of time zone. A lot of more crime drama stuff like that. That's I think that's in the 30s and 40s, during mobster time. I think that's the height of it, and that is when things are starting to get domesticated again, and crime. Organized crime starts to rise from the chaos. So that's where that fits in with American history. There we go. Yeah. This is gonna work. So the lighting on this is doing most of the work, most of the lifting, as it were, in this composition. Yeah, no, I can't do it that way. Okay, no, this is looking good. We can do this. Yes. Right, this should be back here though. Yeah, that's good. And then we have the foreground mist, and now I want to add in the lighting from below. So let's go to something a really sharp, like that. Does your country have issues with immigrants? I'm in America, so there is we've invited in 20 million people, I guess, something like that, over the past, 8 years? for 8 years, something like that. I'm not exactly sure on the timeline. It is that is basically 5%. Like America population was around 380, 400 million, somewhere around that spot, and then we tacked on another 20 million. So we basically added 5% of our population over the course of 4 some odd years. So I'm not particularly interested in the politics, sort of the conversation about politics. That's not what this channel is about. But when we created this adventure, it wasn't there wasn't anything that anyone was talking about. That is working. That is working. Here. And maybe I want to have a bit in the foreground as well. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, this is what the manifest zone looks like. Like this is capturing the feel of it pretty good. That's fucking great. I like this. This is a good composition. I'm really enjoying this one. So, and when we finish these Stirges, we can put them at different levels of opacity, depending on how far back into the fog they are. But that, I actually think this is a pretty good space for that. It's a little stripy in here. And I'm trying to figure out where is that stripiness coming from. Let's see if it's coming from here. Maybe partially. A little bit. It's a little bit of it's coming from here. But I think the bulk of it's coming from in here. And some of it's coming from here. There we go. So we're changing these like every since 2004 metaphones for trans people over since they made. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Guess you and Keith Baker guessed well when making this adventure. The setting of Eberron is there. Yeah, I know, right? Funny. It's just funny. Coincidences are coincidences. But you know, I like to channel feelings a lot when I do artwork, and I like to let those conversations kind of float. Let's there we go. Cool. Okay, now that's starting to resolve. Good. I like how that. I think the Ultraloth turned out pretty good. I like how this looks. I was concerned about it initially, but it ended up being pretty fucking cool. Yeah, still like it. I really like where my art is going. There's some inconsistency in the style, which means that like I've said before, or many times, is the style you develop is your solution to not being able to create photorealism for the stuff that you're trying to illustrate. So you find an aesthetically pleasing style that's essentially an apology for not being perfect. It's like, we forgive you for not being perfect because it looks cool, even though it's not actual real life. It actually just looks cool. So it's a style that replaces photorealism, and so you develop different tools to be able to, like, quote unquote, represent or depict what it is that you're trying to do. And I have this space between, like, Bob Ross style of basically composition and effects driving how the piece looks. And then I have monster art and characters and items and stuff, which is a much more comic book approach, which is define all the different elements and then detail each of those elements separately. So it's two separate gears, and I'd like to be able to get my art to go towards the Bob Ross feeling of composition and production, instead of defining each element. So I'm trying to bring this style of art more in the direction of this style of art. You see how there's a difference in composition here? Like, this is mostly relying on lighting from the atmosphere to carry the narrative of this piece, while the details are what are selling this character. So, like, it's two different gears, and I ultimately like to find a space where those two merge together, where it's the same sort of process and feeling for regardless of what type of piece. So it's like a holistic feeling, like they always feel the same way despite whatever the piece is. Right now, the separation in composition and formatting allows me to play with different types of feelings with the different tools. But I'd like to be able to have one tool set that I can utilize for all the different feelings. So that's my idea. Anyway, that's the type of stuff that I think about. I'm an artist musing. That's how we do. I'm going to take an opportunity here to take a sip of water. Because I want to drink some coffee. And you have to drink 2 portions water to 1 portion coffee. Otherwise, you get dehydrated. I'm going to, so now we have the general atmosphere is resolved. Now we want to go back in and mess with the actual figures themselves. Let's put these in figures. Person, Stirge. There we go. Now we're just going to focus on cleaning up these outlines. What are the chances that I could take this Stirge? I'm such a cheater. But wait, there's a twist. That's not bad. So, okay, so about the changelings. I brought that up because they're all about changing and all that. I feel many trans people may resonate with that. Is this mine? I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. Right, changelings in Eberron being people that are changing their appearance to fit more with how they feel, for instance. I had never really thought about that. That's interesting. You know, I'm gonna leave this one out. Let's just go with what we were doing. I like these. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. That's really interesting. There. break these guys up. Yeah, let's fix this guy first. Yeah, I plan on just going with silhouettes. Maybe have a little bit of form and topography on this one. Like this one is heading this direction. This one's heading this direction, and this one's heading this direction. So that's the orientation of these three things. So this one's mostly forward, also mostly forward, and this one's from behind. And since we already have an illustration of one heading towards us, then I can use this one being closest to the opportunity just to show off a little bit of anatomy on how that one looks, so you can see both the front and back end of this one. So that's the thought process that's going on there. Like, why am I going with this direction? Like, why this composition versus something else? So this is basically just going to be me making a good-looking silhouette. Sometimes when I do figure art, this is the process that I'll follow. I'll make a clean outline, and then I'll fill in the interior with the stuff that I want to fill it with. Knowing what the silhouette already looks like, I then fill it in with form to give it three-dimensionality. If you look at my Spelljammer stream, the Spelljammer art production live stream playlist that I have on my channel here. All of the character art that I did for Light of Zaraxis, like Captain Sartell and the Hippo and the Hadozi and all those things. I believe with all of those, I started off with just a silhouette and then filled it in with the color details. And I really like that style of art. It's really appealing to fill it in with details, knowing what your confines are already. But that's like a different style of art. That is something else that I'm also attempting to fuse together with like my Bob Ross painting, which I've had a little bit more success with than other things. What's up? A Discord server while we have Nerd Talk. Nice, man. Nice, man. Well, I appreciate the conversation, Raul. You're really making my time a lot better. You're improving my quality of time, is what I'm trying to say. So, appreciate you being here. There we go. Basically making it an oblong. Nice. It's a little off. I can't have it too much like, I don't want it to be too much like a shell, but I do like the curvature. I just have to clean that up around like that a little bit. What's up? Let's lay outside so I don't have... Right on. Fair enough, dude. Something like that. Let's just shave the burrs down on here a little bit. Since all there is a silhouette for this character, you want to make sure that the silhouette is really good, so it's expressive. I think the posing is good. Now it's just a matter of getting the ratios right. And I don't have to be too fixated on accurate anatomy. I can go for energy over anatomy with this piece because it is just an action silhouette. I can get away with a little bit different. This is the slow, meticulous grind of artwork. You have to love the grind. If you don't love the grind, you will not survive as an artist. You have to fall in love with finding that feeling. Like the satisfaction I get of making a well foreshortened curved object. Like you have to find the dopamine has to leak out of the very small accomplishments that you get. It's an incredibly slow drip feed that sustains you, because you're giving yourself this IV drip of dopamine by setting a goal of hit this line, and then you hit it. It's like bam. It's really good for like attention deficit people. It's artwork is an interesting space that it equally serves both OCD and ADD behavior. The OCD can literally just sit there and grind on a pixel for hours if you need to get it just right. Meanwhile, the ADD person needs constant reward triggers to persist with any task. And the way that art helps with that, once you figure this out, the way that art helps ADD is that you are constantly setting new objectives for yourself, that when you achieve that objective, your piece looks better. So you're able to praise yourself and anticipate receiving more praise from your peers by having a better executed project. And that product is sustained through each step by, I need to make the shield look right before I can move on to the arm. So when I complete the shield, it will look good, and that will be in a very small injection of dopamine for me. And that goal has been cleared, so I get that shot when I finish the task. So AD&D is very easily defeated by art if you understand the framing of how you're approaching the subject. You have to break it down into micro steps that can be achieved in a matter of moments. Or like for example, most of the times when I'm trying to draw, I'm going to fail because I'm here trying to prove a point. But a lot of times I can draw here, like I might need like 2 or 3 hits, but I can typically hit an angle pretty good after like say 4 or 5 hits. I can get pretty good at locking in on that angle. And so that becomes a mini game for me. How few strokes does it take for me to be able to merge 2 ends of an arc? It's not perfect, but it's good enough to proceed with, right? So like that's a little hit of, like, it took 6 shots for me to hit that. That's a good score. I just gamified the curve. The classic Simpsons episode of when Principal Skinner got buried in his mother's hoard. She was a hoarder and she died or whatever, and so he was in the garage cleaning it out, and an avalanche of hoard garbage fell on him, and they all thought he was dead or like ran away or something. But he'd been stuck in the garage for 3 days, and he said the only thing that kept my sanity was a lone basketball that was within my reach. I kept my sanity by seeing how many times I could dribble the ball in 1 minute and then try to beat that record. And so, like, that is literally the essence of being your own source of dopamine in artwork. Is you set a goal, you achieve that goal, and then you set yourself immediately you set a new goal. And if you have a sense of accomplishment with that goal, which is often very easily promoted by having like a physical, like a result, like this is something I did. So there is a sustained sense of pride and reward for what it is that you produce long term. But then you break that down into a series of micro tasks that can also be gamified. That is the essence of what artwork is and why it's so healthy for people to process. And when you're on your own doing artwork, it's just like you'll have to get, like, a lot of times I have to get to a place of I'm thinking too much, I'm getting in my own way, and when I can turn off my brain, I'll hit that line, I'll hit that mark, whatever it is I'm trying to do. The less I'm actively thinking about it, the more likely it is that my body is going to reflexively find the right position and let it just fall into place. And that has a very interesting sense of satisfaction as well. So if you approach being an artist or creating something
in that sort of cascade of processes that the reward of the project is an enduring something, in my case, that I can sell. But other people, like, that I can give to my friends, or that I can put in my yard, or that I can make part of my Christmas gifts this year. Whatever your craft or endeavor is, it can feed that sense of reward unto itself for being able to produce something, if you actively engineer your approach to how you're resolving the tasks. And that's something I think artists just naturally pick up on, because they get addicted to that drip feed. Like, that's a good drip feed of constantly being able to praise yourself for something that you've accomplished, to have like something that is externally verifiable. Yeah, that's good. You did a good job with that, which is what most people are looking for when they're posting stuff on social media. Like, look what I did. Social media, the great refrigerator door of our lives. People are looking for likes as a direct measurement of how much dopamine am I going to allow myself. They're externalizing their reward mechanism, and it limits their ability to appreciate the art that they're doing while they're doing it. It'll make them anxious while performing art, because they're not doing it for the micro processes and the IV drip feed of success. They're looking for a final piece that's going to give them a surge of likes, that the only way to hit 100% dopamine release is to have a bigger number than last time, just like the stock market. Social media is the stock market of social value and personal worth. If your stock's not going up, it's going down. And even if it's staying level, you're not getting 100% dopamine release. That is being held off for, and God forbid you have a surge of some sort. If you ever end up trending, you're fucked. Because they've been talking about the OGL bubble, right? And that dungeon tubers now have half the numbers that they had during the pandemic, when no one had anything else to do other than watch YouTube videos about D&D. Big surprise, they now have less audience now, but their whole success ratio, like their whole view of success, has been, how many clicks am I getting on this? How much ad revenue am I getting from these views? They've locked themselves into, I need a bigger fix, my number must go up. I mean, I get a surge, I can feel that surge like when I have a particularly well-viewed video myself, or like when I look back and see that like we had a large number of people watching the stream. It's like, wow, that is a numerical kick. But if I attach my value to those results, then I'm going to I'll be bending myself in a direction of, how can I always get more viewers? How can I always get more duration? How can I make numbers go up? Numbers go burr is the theme there. What's up? I felt that one while drawing once. It took 2 days to finish the piece. Okay, but couldn't those artists on social media, just show it to friends? Yeah. I mean, it's, again, a lot of people get into artwork because they want praise, because they have a talent for it. Some people just naturally have an aptitude. They come hardwired with some extra tools that make them particularly good at art, like having like a really good sense of color separation, or like a really good sense of like spatial proportions and stuff like that. Some people just come in with tools that makes it easier for them to perform a particular type of craft, art, set, whatever. Let's pan out for a second here. So I think that shield's looking pretty good. I don't think I need to whinge on it anymore. Let's just smooth that out real quick, and we'll be able to call that done, and then we can move into the body. Out of there. But even though, so people that are born with a little bit of aptitude that pursue it have some immediate success, so they earn praise. So they often, people that are into art become are seeking a means of praise. Most artists are broken, and a large form of broken is from neglect. So what can I do to earn more attention? I am so lonely. I feel so unseen. What can I do to feel seen? And so they tie their emotional stability to attention.
and social media literally quantifies attention. So that becomes a sort of game where number go burr. So yeah, you could just like when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, all I could do was share my art with my friends. I didn't have any means of having a large amount of people looking at my work. I wanted to be in Dungeon Magazine doing artwork for the adventures that they do in those books. I was too young to sign a contract, and I also wasn't skilled enough. So by the time I had gotten skilled enough as an artist, I was way more into like doing artwork for my D&D game instead of thinking about like doing assignments and stuff. So my mentality, there we go. That feels pretty good. Being taught that singing with their voices makes sense if they have a good voice. Sure, but painting? Spatial proportions. Like how do you have natural aptitude with painting? Good eye-hand coordination, strong memory, strong observation skills, being able to notice differences in patterns. These are all natural observation tools that can be translated into productive art. A really strong sense of spatial, like spatial proportions. That's really good for sculpting because you'll be able to because you're working literally with a three-dimensional object. You need to be able to visualize the space that thing occupies while you're building it. So that's a special, unique tool. But that also translates into painting, because if I need to make sure I have the angle of this one facing forward, this one could also be facing forward, but you could also be facing the back of it depending on how you illustrate it. This one could be facing this direction, or yeah, this one's really swept forward like this. I think, let's say we have it facing that way. Yeah, and it can be facing this way. This wing is in the foreground when it's facing this way. This wing is in the foreground when it's facing this way. So you have those two directions, but they're just silhouettes right now. So the way that I'll depict one versus the other is if they are recognizable as like the same object, then this one in the foreground here, for it to be recognized as foreground, will have to be larger than the one that's further back needs to be smaller, so that you can tell which one's closer versus which one's further away. So, and I'm also putting the one that's further away, I'm giving it a little bit of elevation versus this one that's closer. I'm going to drop it in a little bit lower. And then this one here is above. So what is the angle that we're looking at? Like, what is this guy dealing with? He's probably dealing with this one. He hasn't dealt with this one yet, and he probably doesn't even see this one coming in from the camera. So let's see if I take those back. I like that balance. That feels really good. And the minimum size for a mob is 3, so this is an accurate depiction of a mob of Stirge. Here we go. Let's keep at it. Hey, Def. Yeah, I'm on vacation. This is my Christmas break. So I don't have an end point. I'll choose to end maybe like around 10 o'clock or so. I think I can go there. I'll probably have this piece finished by then, and I'll cut for the day. I'll be off tomorrow, but Friday, Friday I'll be back on, and I don't work. I work Monday the 29th, and I'm off until the 5th. So, I've got some spare time ahead of me. I'm getting a lot of work done. I am very, very pleased with the amount of progress that I'm making. Oh, here, I'll show you guys what I've been up to. Let's get the cover out of the way. I don't need that right now. What's some of the stuff that I did last night?
Chunk. Where is it? Page 22 to 26.
Here we go. I take a sip of water while this loads. This is gonna crush my RAM. Streaming with 2 large documents like this open. You see that spinning wheel is just. I've got 32 RAM and this is pushing it. I shouldn't be doing this while I'm streaming. Come on, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, there you go, buddy. Thank you. So yeah, we did this composition a couple months, maybe 3 months ago, I think. Come on, baby. Oh, it's under the weight of. There we go. Okay, it's finally caught up. Yeah, we did that piece. Let's see. Here we go. Optional encounters, the camping overnight. So we built out this map, and then what I did yesterday was about 4 of these maps. I built out these map keys, but we don't have. This is page 24. Open recent. Page 24. Oh, I haven't imported it yet. Hold on. Let me go to open, and there should be a page 24 waiting for us as a PDF. Let's pop that open. Oh, okay. Well, it's not there. So what I did yesterday is, sorry, I haven't actually extracted and imported it yet. But I took a bunch of grabbed different points from the map, and then brought them up. Like for example, this map, this icon here. We have all these different icons. This means darkness, 0 visibility. This is dim light, and then we have another icon that's white, with a white that's a white background with black lined eyes, a white iris, and a black symbol in the bar like that, which represents bright light. So the different maps that we have in the adventure, when it's a specific lighting condition, we'll add an icon to the map that indicates what the general lighting condition is. And then I don't have it here, but in the on the page that we finished yesterday with these icons, we have each of these icons labeled like forest floor, campfire, and then next to that I have 30 feet. So this provides dim light for 30 feet around the campfire. So 5, 10, 15, 20 feet. Dim light to 20 feet. So basically out to here, that's the visibility that you have of dim light beyond the fire. And then beyond that, it's all darkness. So if you get attacked, and then we have a random table here of different monsters that can attack you. So different mobs, 2 mobs of long dead, some shadow mastiffs, red wolf mercenaries. I need to bolt that. Or it's an undisturbed rest. So if you have to, a shadow demon. That's right. 1 shadow demon attacks whomever is watching at watch for the a shadow demon attacks whomever is on watch D8 hours after they begin the long rest. So this is just basically a night encounter sort of thing. But we provided a specific map for you to set up camp in the adventure itself. If you buy the adventure, the forest floor is unadorned. We have separate tokens for each of these rock squares. This is a briar patch, or rather a hedge that provides full cover to anyone that's on the other side of it, and it's obstructed path. These are conifer trees. These are deciduous trees. At the closer to the edge of the Carnwood, there's a larger mix of deciduous and conifer trees, but as you move further into the Carnwood forest, it becomes overwhelmed in all conifer trees that are used for chopping wood. But towards the closer we get to the edge of the village, the more deciduous trees are on the maps. So as we're moving deeper into the Carnwood, the trees, more deciduous trees are replaced with more conifer. Until you get to the manifest zone, it should be all conifer trees. but it's all rotted and died inside the manifest zone. So yeah, we did about, I think, like 4 maps like this yesterday, extracting these tokens, building them out so we made sure they were the proper distance from each other, creating like this. It's not listed here, but earlier in the adventure, we have all these icons set up, like this means difficult terrain. Like we have a little lexicon that explains what all the different conditions and hazards and stuff are. This one means, this symbol means 3/4 cover. It's a target, and you can only see 3/4, 1/4 of it, so 3/4 of it is covered. This isn't the best map to show this stuff with, but yeah, here we go. And then we have unique terrain, the hedges. That's the wrong map. I have those flip. I have to fix those. Hedges and let's go in here, and that's so funny that these things are reversed. I'm not gonna mess with that actually. I do need to go in and what page is this? Page 22. Let me make a mark on my page. I'm glad I had the inspiration to open this, because I would have caught this eventually. I go over these things over and over again until I see something wrong. Page 22. Page 22. Fix the icons with labels. Silly rabbit. Yeah, rocky ground. Large rocks jutting from the soil create uneven footing. A space occupied by rocky ground is treated as difficult terrain. So earlier in the adventure, we have the little terrain map things. Tree canopy. The thick foliage of the tree canopy provides total cover from attacks above the tree line to creatures that are underneath it. So now we know what the tree lines look like, right? And tree trunks, a tree trunk can be climbed by succeeding a strength athletics check DC 15 and provides total cover to any small or medium creatures behind them. And then tree branches are are spaced vertically 2d4 times 5 feet apart, up to 10d4 times 5 feet above the ground. Medium creatures can balance on a branch by succeeding a dexterity acrobatics check. The DC is 15. Small creatures roll with advantage. So we're basically setting the ability to climb trees, because in this forest, we encounter people climbing trees to get away from undead. So it actually becomes relevant about how can they climb. Hey, what's up? Yeah. So this is some of the stuff that, sorry, this kind of got away from me for a minute here. But yeah, let's go ahead and hit the save button here. You have to come back in and fix that. But otherwise, yeah, we spent time. I won't pull up all the other maps because I don't want to bore you. But yeah, so earlier in the book, we define what all these, like we have a poison condition and a sicken condition, and the different types, like full cover. The entire target is gray. So like you have 3/4 cover, and then alphabetically, total cover right after it. So you have half cover would be at the half line. 3/4 is this 3/4 line up, and then full cover is the entire target is gray. So you have these different degrees, like in D&D, they have 3 different degrees of covers. So different icon, like the hedge, provides 3/4 cover to people that are behind it, because you can partially see through it. But like a tree trunk, which we don't have any depicted here specifically, but earlier, like I just showed, we mentioned, oh god, I gotta close this thing because it's starting to crash. My RAM is getting crashed. So let's not save changes. All right, let's get back to work. Sorry, that completely just overtaxed my RAM. I'm going to actually close Photoshop for a second so I can dump the RAM from that, take a sip of coffee, and then we'll fire it back up again. That's my 20-minute timer to make sure that I'm not diving down a tangent for too long. We'll have this thing pop open. Thank you. Much better reaction time now. That's one of the reasons why I don't do word processing, image processing while I'm on stream, because depending on where we are in the project, the lag time from having a whole bunch of images imported into the Word document, it really starts to fatigue the RAM on the computer, and it generally starts to lock up. So I can't do it too much.
We're got a new ranger favorite. Oh, right on, man. Very cool. Yeah, you were talking about that yesterday. Let's erase this line here and replace it with something simpler, more simple. Is that a word? That's too thick. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's get rid of the rest of this. So yeah, I'm just doing silhouette work. This whole piece will basically just be silhouettes, which is super easy to do. So we'll finish this piece today. I'll be off for Christmas tomorrow. And then I'll be back on Friday the 26th for another day of fun. And we'll start in on the next piece, whatever that is. And then I'll have all next week off as well. So we should be done. I reckon we're going to be done with the monster art probably by Wednesday. And then we'll start in on the little corner piece vignettes. I have a hair. Actually, what I need to do after I finish the monster illustrations is finish the navigation bar here at the bottom of the page. I want to finalize that and lock in the frames and the default corner texture, like the page color and the corner texture, so we know what our baseline is. So I can drop that into all of the page documents, so that we're looking at an accurate framework, like literal frame for the page, so that we know exactly what space and proportions we have in these corners, and then we'll start going through and creating little sketches and shit. I don't know what we're gonna put in these corners, but we have all these little spaces that are like this big, like a blank space that could be left blank if there's enough stuff going on the page. But like when you have a gap, like this, like I was showing this earlier, when you have a gap like this, it looks empty, right? It feels out of proportion because you have all this visual information, all this text block everywhere, and now you just have a giant empty space for no reason. If it was small, like if it was this big, it's forgivable. It's like, yeah, you're just missing there's just a paragraph of space at the bottom of the page. But basically anything bigger than like this space here, like this space or larger, generally like more like, yeah, once you get to be about that size, like that, once we get to that size, it's like we need to have like something there. It's starting to look a little bit bare. So that's what we'll be going through after we have this illustration that we're working on right now. See, this is a lot more balanced on this page now because you have like a lot of visual information over here. It really pulls the eye in that direction. So we need to have alternate visual information catty corner from it to balance the piece out as a single page composition. So you gotta try to keep balance and pay attention to that. Just for good game design, or just for good book design. I don't really feel like I'm procrastinating the work. I just feel like I'm not in a hurry, you know? I know what my agenda is. I'm just not in a hurry with it. Personal take, the fog you have, and add some more of those flying creatures all the way as far right as needed. Take the fog you have and add some more of those flying creatures all the way as far right as needed. I think that fog makes for a great backdrop for this page particularly. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, I see what you're saying. Push them further towards the further this way to help pull the weight towards the middle a little bit more. I'll argue that I think the mass of this picture works like this, and I think it works that way because of the angle of his posture and the movement of the cape and the movement of the chain whip. I think it pulls it this way, which makes me want to pull an illustration this way to counter that. We have this in orbit here, which is weighing towards the center of the piece. But this really is about the center of the piece, balance between these three elements. So I want to pull as much weight this way as I can. So let's see. Let's find a middle ground, like literally.
there. And I think another trick that we can pull here is increase the size a little bit. No, actually, I think them being a little bit smaller creates a little bit more space, and I think this particular piece needs a little bit of breathing room like that. No, yep, you're right. I ended up pulling it over a little bit. Def, you have a really good eye for composition. Yeah, I think that it wasn't a big shift, but I see the mass is tipping over a little bit. That feels a little bit more on board. Let's properly frame it so that we know what we're actually going to be looking at. Because right now I'm just letting it roam around. But when we actually get done with processing it, I have to get rid of that fog effect. So we're going to we'll end up blocking it off. Maybe not so bluntly like this. We do a fade effect. See, I've got these things starting to encroach into that space. So what I need to do is let's work the actual border before we get too in love with the composition. I don't like hard edges in this piece. Everything has a sort of vignette feel to it, like it just kind of tapers off into the page. I like what Wizards of the Coast does with like the watercolor tear sort of look along the edges. I've implemented something similar to that, like in the Pacts and Patrons of Ravnica, for example, which I had down below. But for the most part, I like to leave my borders open-ended. But when it's in the corner like this, like whenever an illustration is in the corner, I always run it off the page so that there is no end border. Like the actual page is the border, like the framework is the border. But when it's facing an interior column or text above or below, I like to do a fade and just have it bleed off into the piece. It's a way for me to cheat a little bit extra information and infer what gets expanded beyond it without having a hard stop line, if that makes any sense. And this fog effect. Why are you locking up? Thank you. Hit save because that scared me. My mouse froze for a second, which is often indicative of just a RAM sync. Probably OBS doing some sort of bitrate surge of some sort. I'm not an IT guy. I only vaguely understand the technology that we use to make computers go zoom. But that's okay, because if we lose power, the computers are worthless anyway. Let's just work this into the piece so it's... And this is just this is the masking layer that I'm blurring. I'm not actually blending the... Let's see, I'm not actually I'm not getting rid of the information at all. I'm just I'm making it invisible. That's what a masking layer is. It masks the pixels so you can't see them. And since I'm only working with silhouettes, I can really get into bleeding in here to act as part of the fog effect. And then I can grab the whole thing and scoot it around. Now, like I can push things over towards the edge a little bit more now that we know what the actual functioning space of the piece is at. We can use this to more accurately position ourselves inside the composition. which is something I should have done earlier, but you know, we all get to where we get to. It all ends up getting there. This just would have saved us a little bit of time in looking at our positioning initially if I had. What's up? Don't use masks nearly enough. I don't really know why, but they don't generally make it into my workflow. Well, you do a lot of pixel stuff. Like, there's not a lot of use of masking layers in pixels. But like the ship deck, for instance, that you had, that was like not raw pixel art. That I could see maybe implementing, but you work in a lot of, like, you have a very clean line style, which doesn't lend itself to gradations very much. Like, a clean line style is very crisp, like everything is being fully represented, while a more like oil paint, sort of like a more painterly approach to it, less graphic approach, encourages gradients and stuff like that, which is what I think what masks really excel at. I'm just about good with this masking layer. Yeah, that feels pretty good.
So now what happens when we scooch these guys around?
I start to lose that guy on the far right. But I could technically put them above and then drop the opacity on their silhouettes to get the same result. And then I can start pushing out towards the edge a little bit more. Like that. I need to grab. Same result, different stacking order, so it affects the space that it's inside of better. This is a better solution. That allows us to respect the space of the text and not have to worry about the silhouettes of the Stirge disrupting that flow. So we only need to do the gradient for the background in general. And the silhouettes can still stand as solid shapes. And then I can fade over them as well. I can hit them with some additional opacity to help push them back further. So right now we're just using a blanket. I've just dropped the opacity down to 50, basically to 50%. But I could reduce each individually. So like I can have less opacity on this foreground Stirge versus this. Like this one might be like 60%, this one might be at 40%, and this one at 20%, and this guy at 50%. So 60, 50, 40, 20 will help create some space by creating more fog between them, the atmospheric disturbance of washing out that image by having more fog between your eye and the shape. So that might look something like this. Let's go with 60 here, skill shot. $60-ish there, like $50-ish here. Here we'll go to 40, and here we'll go to 20. See, now and so then I can add a little bit of color information here to flesh out the backside of this bug.
Or I could hit the whole thing and drop the opacity to 75%
for the entire set and not have to worry about detail hardly at all. It's not bad.
I might lessen those ratios. Like take this one to, yeah, we'll leave this one at 60, 50, 40. We'll push this one from 20. Let's push it up to say 35-ish.
Yeah, that feels about right. So let's just keep on keeping on. And then if we add in on the foreground another layer of fog to further obscure things, the shadow will make more and more sense. But an added layer of fog will add some additional depth. Let's grab that one there. For instance, we have the foreground here, and then we can overlay on that like this. Ooh, and then we can have this guy above that. A little bit of detail, for instance. Something like that. Our gingerbread house was for a con. Oh no shit! Holy crap! Good job, man! Congratulations. That'll fuel a feast. Winners keep winning. That feels pretty good. Okay, I think I can stop whinging on those details for now, and let's get back to square. Drop this down. Whoa. I don't have to kill myself on details here. It's just an outline. It just has to be anatomically accurate. I mean, to an extent. It doesn't have to be painfully accurate because I can use the fog to conceal any kind of inaccuracies. Like as long as the silhouette is dynamic. When you're working with silhouettes, dynamism is important. It has to feel energetic. Otherwise, detail will only carry interest so far. If you have a very well detailed but standing there sucking their thumb sort of character pose, they're not going to be very interesting. They have to be dynamic, and the more dynamic the pose, the less detail you really have to worry about injecting. If you have good detail and a powerful pose, it's going to be a really strong composition. It's going to end up being a good piece. Pose is composition, detail is execution.
So if you have both composition and execution working for you, you end up with a good piece. Let's clean that edge. I saw some text. Hold on. See how I'm crooking my head and leaning in? That means I'm focusing and concentrating way too fucking much. Way too fucking much. Let's just relax a little bit there, Kearney. I see more text. So. That totally changed the way I see the bug in the front. He was facing camera, now his back. Yeah. I was playing with that perspective, that conversation about perspective earlier, like maybe 10 minutes before you showed up. Yeah, exactly. Good or bad silhouette. Did you pronounce the H in what? Silhouette. So it's Christmas Eve here on Earth today in 2024. For those that are here, might catch this in the future for some miraculous reason. I think I'm going to extract that diatribe about dopamine in the production of art. I think I'm going to extract that as a separate conversation and post it as a video. I've talked about dopamine usage and how it affects artists and their ability to persevere a lot, but I think today was a particularly inspired collection of thoughts. So I think I'll extract that and post that on my channel. And have that up for somebody to chew on tomorrow when I'm not on. One New Year's resolution that I plan on making is if I get on a tear about a topic of conversation that I think was fun or interesting, to quickly go locate and extract that conversation so I can post it as an excerpt. That's a very low effort means of me to be able to add persistent content on my channel about conversations that I like to have. I'll eventually be able to build up an impromptu conversation about how I work with color blindness and stuff like that, for instance. That's something that I should make a video out of, but I tried to sit down and build a scripted version of it, and it just absolutely would not flow for me. So this was not the time to do that. I suspect I'll end up stumbling into just falling down that rabbit hole of, oh yeah, here's a thing, and then talk about that for a while, and that'll probably end up being something strong enough for me to post. So, like I said, hopefully in 2026 will be the year of me extracting stuff from these live streams to have basically as a reference point for conversation. It's, I can still talk about dopamine and shit, but once I have a video about it, it's go check out my video on dopamine, art dopamine. And you'll get my thoughts about it. Maybe more organized thoughts than what I'm sharing here right now, but here's what I'm thinking, blah, blah, blah. That sort of thing. So, before you, and you're gonna eventually just become an ideal philosophical figure in eons for now. If it's advice we consider this text. Yeah, that was today. Yeah, I've been on a fun little rant today. It's been fun. I've talked about it before here on stream, and I think I even extracted some I think I actually have an extracted conversation in my videos, but I want to spend more time talking about like the 5 tiers and layering plots together, and like just some DM processing that I do when I'm actually building and running games. Like what's the philosophy that I go through to be able to build a campaign that will sustain itself from level 1 to 20 over a year or so. Like that's something I have a number of, I ran 3 of those so far, and I'm working on a 4th right now with my home table. And I don't think a lot of people have that opportunity to be able to build and persist a campaign that'll last a full 20 levels. So I know there is value in that process that I know I can quantify, and like basically identify the different components that went into being able to successfully build those things, which is probably valuable to provide as some sort of a document, or I'll make a video out of it for people to reference, like quote unquote reference, whatever. But yeah, to have it out there, so it's something I can point to about. Oh yeah, by the way, here's more organized thoughts about that, because these are things I end up ranting about repeatedly over time because they're interesting. So I'm going to go. There's a new fuzz shop down the street from where I live, and I want to go try some pho for lunch. So normally I don't take the time to go to a restaurant for lunch. I normally go shopping at night to pick up food for the next day. So as an excuse to put some steps in every day, considering how much time I spend at the computer, it's pretty important. But since I'm on vacation and I'm not crunched for time in any particular way, I can afford to go traipse through my neighborhood a little bit, and I'm going to take the opportunity to do that. Go check out some. I love pho. I am such a pho freak. Fucking love pho. So I'll go catch some lunch. I plan on continuing to work on maps today. I'm hoping by Friday I'll have all the map icons and stuff like I was showing earlier. Have all that stuff resolved. That will take me. Then I'll have just the little vignette pieces, and I'll for the artwork. I'll just need the technical stuff that I need to do is start creating hypertext links. Like when it says you're attacked by a mob of 6 ghouls, I want a hyperlink that'll click to that mob of ghouls, so that you'll have that. You'll be able to directly jump to whatever monsters being like hyperlinking all the monsters, so you can always go to the creature menagerie in the appendix to see the monster if you need it. Or like once all the maps are built and we import the maps onto the page, we'll build a hypernet map, a hyperlink map over the map image, so that when you click a room on the map, it'll bounce you to that page of the document for you to reference. So it's going to be highly navigatable, highly intended for use with tablets, so that you can touch screen bounce around inside of the document to navigate it without having to necessarily flip through pages to do so. So that takes a little time, and it takes a modest amount of time, a moderate amount of time to build out all that hyperlinking. Like first you have to create destination links for literally everything that needs a destination. And then everywhere inside the document that refers to that destination link, I have to then create a hyperlink to lead to that location. But I do that in all my books.
It's I think that's one of the greatest utility functions of digital books, is to be able to self-reference itself easily. And like we make for example, there's toughs and spies and scouts, which are NPCs that I don't have the stats for, but they're all part of the free rules that anyone can get access to, whether you are a subscriber or have purchased anything or not. So the stat blocks I don't directly publish in this book are all 100% free for anyone to access, and we provide a hyperlink that would take you to that reference. I'll catch up with you in a second. Do plan things sometimes. Rarely have a plan when I go into a piece of art. I have a process, but not a plan. Then that process leads me along until I eventually take over, and the process becomes second priority. Do plan things sometimes, though, when it is required. For instance, the gingerbread house I made, right? You have to plan it to make sure the force perspective works out properly. Right. Yeah. Depending on how technical the piece is, depends on how much preparation or planning actually needs to go in its execution. 100% agree. Let's merge these down. Need to add some density to make sure that the scalp doesn't have light showing through it. That feels pretty good. Chiseled chin. Go. Just keep working our way on the body. We'll get the shoulders resolved, and then we'll just start flowing down into the abdomen, to the legs, and then we'll move on to the Stirge. What time is it? 9 o'clock? I've got at least another hour in me, and we'll see where we're at. I do get fatigued after a few hours. I'm used to taking breaks and getting up and walking around and stuff when I have my own time, which is generally why I limit activity to 2 or 3 hours on stream at any given time, so that I don't overtax myself and stay in place for too long. but I don't want to miss out on the opportunity just to be able to hang out and do stuff like this during vacation time. So I push my durations while I'm here. Like yesterday, we were on stream for like what, 5 hours? That was exhausting. I slept well last night, not gonna lie. There we go. This is coming along. It's a good silhouette. It's a good silhouette. Potentially, no, I don't need to make the head any smaller. The hair's a little bit big, but I think that looks. I think that works out well. Think of myself more than just a drawer. I'm an artist. Right on. I take nothing and I turn it into nice. It's just creating, requiring a medium. Well, right on. But drawing more is an easy task to accomplish. You simply have to draw more. Yeah, no shit, right? The solution to doing more art is doing more art. How do I do more art? Just do more art. Pretty straightforward logic there, sir. Let's get some tricep going on inside here. Bicep, build that out a little bit. There we go. Give that thick shoehorn meat. And flatten it out as it gets to the elbow. Did I say shoehorn or horseshoe? I should have said horseshoe. There. Feels pretty good. And we'll block it in hand. I like dreadlocks on characters a lot. I don't often have an excuse to do it, but I like thick, tumbly braids and strands. It makes for fun texturing, and like I don't like hair that hugs the head too much. I just, you know, let's put an oblong at the top of this body. It just feels too static for me. Nope, that's an eraser, sir. See? It's not that difficult. But I have a pretty good visual library. A visual library just means how accurately can you remember something? Like when you look at something, do you know it's correct? Like does this hand align with what I have in my visual library? And that just generally means like am I actively visualizing that so it looks correct? Like, you can consume 1,000 hours worth of fantasy movies, but if you can't recall what any of that is while you're illustrating to help channel inspiration, it's not very useful information. You have to be able to, like, remember a movie or a feeling or, like, a book or a vibe of some sort to help fuel your imagination. Like you were saying, we don't necessarily plan out what it is that we need. We have a process that we go through. My process is often fueled by the passive information that I've consumed over the past 40, 50 years of movies, TV shows, comic books, and artwork. That visual library doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have like remembering how to do a hand accurately.
What it helps do is mold the style that you have and like the aesthetic decisions that you make. Like a good visual library of like say hero characters is being able to recognize the dynamic posing that they have and like the way that the angles are, the foreshortening, the perspective of stuff that makes them look epic. And like what are they doing that makes them look cool? Like being able to recall like for example, if you're doing mecha illustration, being able to recall different instances, like in the Robotech TV show, there's the intro with all the different type of mecha that are all throughout the show, and like being able to remember, oh, that was a cool pose, or like, oh, when it moved that way, that was fucking cool. Being able to recall those instances is what you're actually building as a visual library of. These were instances of when I looked at it, it was, I would want to duplicate something like that. And being able to tap into that information while you're actually building your composition. That could just simply be like, oh, I remember this cool pose in Robotech. I want to go take a look at that real quick. Like that is an effective visual library because it's providing you points of reference that you can use in an active piece to build a stronger composition or better detailed process. Or execution is the word that I was using earlier. I know, I came back to the shield. Absolutely just whinging on this curve. But hey, I mean, if this is where the muse wants to be, I'm going to let her do what she wants. There. That actually does feel better. It's not perfect. We're going to come back and touch it again. Believe you me. But we don't have to worry about that right now. So we'll build out that trapezius. Get those traps in. And then we got the side meat. Most people have, regardless of how fit you are, most people have a little bit of side meat. The Japanese call it chichibats. The folding of the abdomen. I know that because in my past life as a martial artist, that would be a point of control in grappling. If you can grab somebody's body and reach your fingers up into their muffin top, like that fold, that shishibat's fold in there, you can grip it like a handle, and it's basically a lid that you can lift up to peel open their organs. Of course, they're not going to do that, but if they refuse to move and you yank hard enough, you will start tearing flesh. So normally it's really effective with throwing people. If you get a grip on somebody, it's questionable whether you're going to actually be able to throw them, but if you hook your fingers into their abdomen and then twist, it makes their whole body jump in the direction that you twist. You can move literal mountains of people if you just grab their stomach and twist the flesh in the direction that you want to turn their body. Super fucking nasty. It hurts like a fucking bitch. It's that like stranger don't touch me that way sort of feeling, while being thrown in a random, in whatever direction the aggressor wants to take you. It is a nasty experience. But good to keep in mind, for those that are always afraid that they're going to be attacked by somebody. That is, it's such an offensive place. Like your body just people just don't want to be touched there. Your body just has a natural aversion to being gripped right in that particular place. It's disturbing.
Another really disturbing place is to shove your fingers up towards somebody's nose when they're attacking. Don't put your fingers in their mouth because they'll bite you. You could potentially get a disease. But if you punch, if you stab their fingers up into their nostril and you happen to jam it in there, you have hooked and owned that person's head now. They're going to freak the fuck out. A nice side piece is when you hook your fingers into somebody's nose, is to start poking at them, at their eyes, so you can like twist their face. It's a really disturbing piece of thing to do. So like sometimes if you're questioning your ability to actually punch somebody, just sticking your claws in their face is a good way to say, don't touch me. Super fun. Like that's fun shit to do while you're grappling. Like when you're tied up with somebody, just start getting your fingers in their face. Like if you're up like this, you don't have like real room to hit something, you can always just push your fingers towards somebody's eyes, and it's typically going to give you a positive result of backing off. Few people are willing to tank hits to the eyes for hurting you. Like they will retreat instead. Sorry, The Art of Violence by Phil. I don't do a lot of martial arts training anymore. It used to be like my life. I would say in my 30s, martial arts, weapon combat, stuff like that. That was a big pastime of mine. It was my favorite pastime. That and D&D were the two things that you could find me doing if I wasn't at work. I'm a thick leg kind of guy. Most of my characters end up having really thick legs, but I have thick legs, so I think that's how that happens. Gotta be a little careful around the jewels. That leg's too thick here. You need to bring that in. So, I mean, so far so good, right? What am I hearing? Yeah, I used to be really, really involved in martial arts in my 30s. I ended up stopping, mostly because it was pulling weird things to me. I think maybe like getting caught up in the middle of a fight at a bus stop, and for whatever reason, I got grabbed by some random guy. And I guess he was pulling a gun, but I blacked out. And when I woke up, they were running away. Not that I attacked them or anything. Best I can figure out is I went limp, which caused the guy that was holding me to drop me because I was 200 some odd pounds, and I just went limp. So I dropped, and when I dropped, I rolled. And then I got back up onto my feet before I knew what I was doing. So I felt somebody grabbing me, and then my consciousness disappeared. And when it snapped back into position, I was behind the guy, and whoever it was that he was fucking around with, that for whatever reason I got involved, I disappeared. So that guy didn't have any cover. So they went off and chased each other down the street. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? I'm like, I don't understand what happened. My brain turned off and my body just moved to get out of the situation. And this is something that a lot of the instructors that I was around was like, yeah, that's a good sign that you're getting strong, because weird shit is going to start happening around you, and it's going to be stuff that you're equipped to handle that other people wouldn't be equipped to handle, but you can't really think about it too much. I'm like one guy that was flying to Israel, he was attacked by a couple guys with knives after he got out of the airport, and he just turned off his brain, basically disarmed, and then started to run back to the airport. Like, that was his solution: disarm and then retreat, which is a great solution, but he didn't know it was going to happen. So like, he just kind of like fell asleep in the middle of it. Some of my instructors, they had their house got broken into by somebody who was, I guess, having some sort of crack episode, but he had a machete, and he broke into the apartment, and two guys that lived there that were my instructors at the time, one was asleep upstairs with his fiance, the other was acting as their roommate at the time. He was downstairs doing laundry when the house got broken into. And so the guy had a machete, so he didn't try to fight them, but he's like, anybody else in the house? It's like, yeah, my roommate is asleep upstairs. It's like, great, go get him. So they did with machete to his throat, walked up the stairs, and he called out to him, and when he woke up, he recognized that there was something wrong, so he grabbed his katana, and it was like a $700 real blade katana, and he kept it sharp, and he opened his bedroom door to see the guy it was a butcher knife. Sorry, he saw the guy with the butcher knife to his throat, and so he didn't even think. He cut off the guy's elbow because he was like this. He literally cut off his elbow with the sword, and it caused him to drop the blade. He wasn't thinking. He was just, how do I resolve this situation so my friend survives and so my fiance doesn't have to worry about waking up? Shot. He cut off the elbow and it stuck to the wall. And the guy started running. They have a police report of the incident and a picture of the elbow stuck to the wall. And it is framed above the blood spot that they left on the wall where the elbow stuck to it. I've seen it. This is a real thing. Fucking crazy. So the guy with the elbow got cut, grabs his arm and starts running, and so Mike is chasing him down the street with the katana over her head, just running down College Avenue after this guy, while Pat's calling 911 to report the incident. It's like, oh my fucking god! Like, yeah, if that's what I can expect to get into if I keep building this thing. I don't want to get into a situation that something fucking crazy like that happens around people that I care about. That, like, I haven't had an incident with anybody trying to break into my place since I've stopped. It's like that's just a level of weird energy that, although I would be obviously equipped to handle it, I don't want to drag that sort of violence into my family's life. And at the time, that was the vibe. It's like I am actively asking the universe to give me threats to resolve that I am equipped to resolve as peacefully as possible. Otherwise, someone else is going to have to resolve it. And for the sake of those that I loved in my family at the time, I took that as a indication of, you are drawing violence to your life. And as cool as that is, you're fucking around with weird energy. So why don't you get out of it? And so I've pursued a much broader piece of path of peace ever since, and basically just getting more into visual arts than martial arts. But that's some weirdness that had happened in my life. So yeah, so I know a lot about physical violence, and I got really fucking good at it. But the dark energy is just too much darkness. I don't need to be on that path. I can have a life full of peace, and I don't have to attract violence to prove anything or to make myself feel better. It's a really weird warrior mentality. And I'm back to fucking around with this shield. Notice how when I get on a rant, I go and look and play with the shield? I keep coming back and messing around with this shield. It's some sort of mental 0 point for me to be able to turn off my brain and let me just rant about shit. I see text. Hold on. See if the muse will let me go. Fucking framed the police report. It'll never be perfect. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna say okay at some point. You're right. I know you haven't gotten to it yet, so I was trying to be patient. But the back leg twist is disturbing. It should. Yeah, it's absolutely wrong. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about this one here? Yeah, that is unfulfilled anatomy. I agree. It should bend more like... more along the lines of that. Nope, not quite the pose that I want. Let's I'm going to duplicate this layer and then fuck with it. It's better, but it still feels wrong. So let's cut it off and review our pose here real quick. So if I was foreground, it would be like this, but that's not a strong pose. I'm now uncertain about what this is supposed to be. So I'm going to go to Spartan spear thrust posture. That is a hella dynamic pose. But I'm in a more that's a really cool pose. But I'm doing something a little bit more I'm in a more defensive stance than that. That's more in line with what we're actually doing. Plump buttocks. Yeah, that leg is twisted weird. Okay, so more butt. I know this isn't anatomically accurate, but it is a better pose than what I'm playing with. Let's get that crotch correct. Put some meat here. Timely timer. And that shit hurt my leg. Yeah. Okay, I was totally wrong. Saw it in a different perspective. Though he was facing the camera, but he is not. Yeah, he's facing away from the camera. Yeah. But again, about composition, silhouette is important to be able to, because if I'm working with just a silhouette, need to make sure that I can see. Yeah, you would think that this was like foreground facing this way with the shield going like that, and then the spear coming forward like this-ish. But where I'm at with it is, I think you see it now, is the shield is going this way with the crook of the arm, and then the spear is going this way, facing towards this one, while this one's coming in from the side here, and this one's coming in from the back here. Isn't that fun? Perspective's fun shit. Now we're starting to look a little stronger. I want him on the back foot. This is a threat. And getting attacked by a mob of Stirge is like no fucking small business, dude. It is dangerous. There. What's up? Yeah, I'm hoping that when this guy is just about resolve. I'm going to put a little bit of gear on him just to flesh it out a little bit. But I'm going to have like little trace details on here, so this is more detailed than this silhouette back here being all black and this just being silhouetted, but this one having just a taste of detail. Again, the laws of perspective is size, saturation, like color saturation, like size, the further away you are from the camera, the smaller you are. Saturation, the further away from the camera you are, the less saturated the colors become, because atmospheric disturbance scatters light, so it becomes less intense the further away it is. And then detail and resolution. So the further away, the less details there are. So in a piece like this, I can leave all these different figures as silhouettes, but if I just put a little bit of detail into this one, it immediately becomes the foreground. And then that pushes everything else a little bit further away. Very easy way to cheat in, like minute little ways of being able to modify what you're working on. Hopefully that made sense. That's my TED Talk. Oh, I see it now. Okay, hold on. I think it just snapped into perspective for me. This is really gonna fuck with your sense of perspective, Def. The music is reversible, but the time is not. Turn back! Turn back! Thin it down just a little bit. I have to bulk up the leg, otherwise it starts to look too feminine. good. Now we can add some accoutrement. Since it's just a silhouette, I don't have to really detail any of these bits that we're putting in. I can just hint at what it is that we're looking at. Snidge. There. Not bad. Easy silhouette, right? A small glimmer of that sword should also help sell the perspective. Oh, yeah. Good call. Got to be really careful though, because if I start adding in details, it's going to lead to having more details to more details. So I have to be very limited about where I do that. Let's merge down. Just keep pushing this in. You got me thinking here, Def. Appreciates that about you. I don't think this is adding value. I'm gonna get rid of that. I like that little edge on the shield here. That feels good. Do like that. Something like that, I think. This is fun. I like this. I'm glad you brought it up. Oh, I ran out of music. We're going to have to refresh this. I've gone through my entire playlist, so let's start here. Let's push this down a little bit so it's not going to get in the way of anything. See shit and say shit. No, of course not. No, anyone that's been around this channel for any amount of time knows that I readily welcome people asking questions and throwing out suggestions. Sometimes, since I don't see color, sometimes I actually make mistakes with color. And it's like, did you intend on making that purple? I'm like, oh, fuck, no. It's like, shit'll come up. Like sometimes I fuck up, and if people just like one time I was doing recently I was doing a design video on the Artificer, and I went through the entire session. Let's see, here. Okay, so here you're seeing foreground on stuff, right? Hold on, it'll flip over here in a second. Right, so now you can see the background, right, of what we're actually looking at here. So like you can see what I'm actually working on here on the screen. But the way that I have had it was I had the canvas forward. So all you're really looking at is the canvas. But I did a design stream where it was nothing but the PS canvas was all you could see. So the entire time I was doing this, you couldn't read the text, but there was like 7 people in the audience, and at no point did someone say, hey, I can't see what you're typing. I went through an hour-and-a-half long stream without anyone saying, hey, I can't actually see what you're typing. What the fuck? So it's nice when people call us shit out, you know? Where are we at right now? Anyway, here, and hold on. Somehow my windows got screwed up, so I need to go to the PS window here, and there we go. There. Oops, I fucked up my canvas. Hold on. There we go.
Now everything should be back in alignment. Yeah, okay, good. We're back. And if I go here, there we go. Okay, the world is back the way it's supposed to be. Actually, if I were to push this camera down like that, how would that? No, that's just gonna make me disappear. Yeah, okay. Stop monkeying around, Kurt, and get back to work. Okay, everything's back online. Sorry. The point was that having people like actually ask questions and like get engaged helps me make sure that my shit's straight. Oops, that was the wrong button. Let's do this. I was planning on going full silhouette, but I'm thinking if I leave these two Stirge full silhouette and then set this as a base for minimal detail, and then I can have a little bit the same level of detail on this Stirge here to show distances. If that makes sense. This is all painted out okay. We're doing fine. We're almost done with this figure and we'll move on to the Stirge next. What's up? Yeah. Not sure what you did. Audio's off. Like you can't hear anything?
Is
Let me do mic check 1, 2, 3 real quick here. Let me do mic check 1, 2, 3 real quick here. That sounds really clean to me. Music is loud. Mic check 1, 2. That sounds really clean to me. There. I think I pushed the microphone away from me. I bet it sounds better now. There. I think I pushed the microphone away from me. I bet it sounds better now. There. Yeah, should be better now. Let's see if my sound is balanced out again better.
maybe?
Yeah. Sometimes I accidentally bump the microphone and push it away. Let's see if my sound is balanced out. If the microphone isn't like right here up against my chest, it tends to disappear. Hold on, let me. If the microphone isn't like right here up against my chest, it tends to disappear. Hold on, let me. If the microphone isn't like right here up against my chest, it tends to disappear. Hold on, let me. If the microphone isn't like right here up against my chest.
Well, whatever that was. Well, whatever that was. Now the music's really quiet. Am I crazy? Oh, no, it's just the end of the song. Well, whatever that was. Now the music's really quiet. I mean, sorry guys, I'm trying to get my volume balance fixed here. Now the music's really quiet. I mean, sorry guys, I'm trying. No, that's balanced well enough. Okay, we're good. I can probably actually afford to bump the music up a couple ticks, don't you think? Let's put it there and see how that sits. There. There. That should take care of us. Let me know if the volume's off. I'll fuck with it some more if I need to. I suspect it's okay now though, right? Nope, wrong color. Black, thank you. Good. Thank you. It's been a long time since I've done any commissions on stream, but I have done commissions where, and you can see it in my video history, where the person that commissioned me was on stream, and we were talking about like, how do you want this thing to sit? Like, do you like this pattern or blah blah blah? Like going through the composition with me real time while I was building their commission. That was really fun. I would do more if I ever decide to free up some time to do commissions. I would. I like doing them that way. That's feeling pretty good. There, make it faint, super faint. So I don't need any real details. It's just hinted at. Like we're at like what? There. Like it's inferred. It's inferred now. You can see it. You know which direction they're facing, but I don't actually have to put any details in. That's probably the best way to go. Now this guy looks fucking jazzed. Oh, I'm loving this piece. This is so much fucking fun. Love this shit. What are you on about? Oh, okay. Let's merge down. We'll leave that be. Warrior. Front Stirge, mid Stirge, back Stirge. Trash. What is this? Right? Left. Bottom. I'm organizing my shit. Stirge, Ultraloth, Swarm. Figures, background. Get out of here. Foreground. Figures. There. Not bad. That feels like a decent. Yeah, I think that's decent. That feels like a decent. Yeah, I think that's There we go. Yeah, so far so good, so what, right? Pitter patter, let's get at her.
Thank you.
Let's get it like that. Meh. Let's trim off those feet for the time being. I specifically don't want any details on this piece. A lack of detail will infer that it is further away than here, and we'll have more pronounced details in the back side of this one. So it is slightly more detailed than this one, so it will appear closer than the character, and these silhouettes appear further away than the character because they lack detail. Again, there's different elements of perspective. Less detail equals further away. A lot of times when I build a composition, I'll set the tempo of acceptable detail. Like you'll do the foreground first to maximize the amount of detail that a piece can have. That's a good idea. If you're doing multiple characters in a scene, do the closest character first to set the bar of what's the maximum amount of detail per figure in the composition. So as you move further away from the camera, it becomes less work for you to get them done because you're reducing the amount of detail to indicate that they're further away. That way you're front loading your effort when you're most excited about the piece, and you're dropping weight as you move through the composition towards the end when you're already more fatigued than you were to begin with. It's a way of easing off the amount of work that you actually have to do in your piece. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Let's grab that proboscis and drop it down just a smidge. Some fur on that guy's back. So that's the Stirge. 4 legs, proboscis, bumblebee sort of eyes mixed with bat. All nightmare. Sculpt that wing like this. There we go. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, guys. We're gonna be done though. We're gonna be done soon. We have 2 more monster illustrations after this. And then we will start in on the vignettes. We'll have to finish the border frame and navigation bar at the bottom of the page, and then once we have that built, we'll have the negative space on all the pages to fill in the vignettes, and then we'll just start dropping in vignettes, and hopefully no vignette takes more than 1 day to do. And if that proves to be true, we might be able to do more than 1 vignette per day. And there's like maybe 16 instances where we could put little spot illustrations like that in throughout the book. And while we're working on that during the weekdays, in the mornings, in the evenings, again, I'm going through and I'm creating hyperlinks for all the things. And then I'll be dropping in the navigation bar. It's I'll show you what that how that process works. I'll get a map prepped, and once we build the navigation bar, I'll follow up on the next session to show you guys like how I actually build the navigation bar inside the Word document to be to be link active, clickable for you to navigate inside the document. It's a pretty easy process. It just takes a little bit of figuring out. You know, it's a process, like fucking everything is. But I'll show you guys that. I think Microsoft Word is an amazing processor for designing PDFs in general. If you have access to Microsoft, it's free. Fucking use it, man. It's a good piece of machinery. If you know what you're doing, if you know how to import art and manipulate images and stuff. If you don't know how to use image processors to build art and stuff like that, it's a little more complicated. Because it allows you to have a lot of manual control over the composition of how the document sits, and you have to have
a decent idea of how to do that, which takes a little bit of practice. I was self-taught myself. Self-taught self, but so I know that anyone can do it, but a lot of people would be intimidated. So I'll demonstrate how I do that once we get there, which should be next week. Like, we are ridiculously close to having this thing done. Really, really close. I did a count on it. If everything goes the way that I expect, the file size while I'm building it in Word will probably cap somewhere around 600 meg as an open file. It'll drop to like around 40 or 60 meg when it's actually done. It's 100 pages of 17-inch by 10-inch page size. So it's a big chunky boy. But when it's finished, so while it's open, it'll be probably somewhere around 600 megabytes. The Spelljammer Combat and Exploration book that I built is 107 pages at 8.5 by 11 standard size, and I was only using 150 DPI images. Microsoft Word, although it'll let you put in as large of a file size as you want into any given pages, the native resolution of Microsoft Word is 100 DPI, 150 DPI. I'm currently operating at 300 DPI. But when I reduce it down to 150, considering the size of the page and the illustration and stuff, there's very little quality that is lost. And it drastically reduces the size of the document. I didn't know this initially. So the original version of the Color Mana Spellpoint Variant Rules Core Mechanics book that I put out is 75 pages long at 8.5 by 11, and it's the open working document is 800 meg. It is a huge Microsoft Word document, and it is beyond the safety protocols. Like, it is beyond the size that Microsoft feels that the program remains stable. Like, above 500 megabytes, and it becomes unstable. It might not save right, or it could crash with if there's like too many layered tables. It'll crash, and I didn't know these nuances, but the Spelljammer book I built with 150 DPI, and it looks fucking great, so there's absolutely no loss. So with the 17 by 10 inch pages that we have in this, 107, that's effectively 214 pages of what we did with the Spelljammer Combat and Exploration book. And so that was 400 meg. So if I double that in size, which is what we'd be doing, that should clock this in somewhere around 800 meg when I'm building it, which should be of similar level, should behave the same as the Color Mana Spellpoint Variant Rule book, which is tolerable. What I do know is when I build this, another thing that I did with both the Spelljammer book and the Combat and Exploration Spelljammer and Color Mana book, both of those, I had a general background on the page, and then I would drop individual cells to put images inside of on the whole page. This time around, my plan is to build the whole page as just one solid document. Because I would build a background image that would chain throughout the book, and then I'd have tons of little illustrations spotted around inside the page. And I think that's increasing my count, my size of operation. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have all 107 pages just like this, and then have like a navigation bar. So it should, if it works well, it should be a smaller working file size. So it should be as stable to use as a Spelljammer book was, even though it's going to be the same rough file size
as the Color Mana book was. So I don't expect it to exceed 800 megabytes while I'm working on it this way. And we'll see if that's true. So in the future, I want smaller books, not larger books. I think this is, with any luck, this will be the largest book, like largest file size book that we ever create. In the future, if I have to make a book that requires like 200 pages, I'll probably instead break it up into 2 different books of 100 pages each. Like around 100 pages is, I think, the maximum size. Like this is 105 pages, Spelljammer was 107 pages. I think those are the cap. Now granted, this is 17 by 10 versus 8.5 by 11. So like it literally is twice the size, but the page count is smaller. When I post it on DMsGuild, I will list it as 210 pages, even though it'll only actually be 105 pages, but each page is a double truck, right? It's double the size. So I'm going to say it's that and explain that, hey, this is, if you want to print this out, you're welcome to. You'll have to use the 8.5 by 11 page size to make it print properly. Now, I'll just add that in as the first comment. So far, so good. So what? Yeah? So far, so good. So what? Yeah? Leaf on the wind. We'll drop the opacity on these once we finish their assembly. What's up? Yeah, right. You know. Thank you. I love furry texture. It's such a fun, simple little process. But once we get these legs set up, then I'll know how I can fuzz up its thorax here in the mid-ground. Not bad. Not bad at all. Fuzz the belly a little bit. Fuzz the under chin here. There we go. fucking nice. Merge down.
It doesn't have a stinger per se. It's just got a pointed abdomen. No stinger. Not even per se. Just no stinger.
One down, 2 to go. So far, so good. So what, right? It's 10:30. I wanted to get done in a half hour, but I'm willing to spend a half hour on each of these to get them done. I probably only have to spend 15 minutes on this one. So, pitter patter. But yeah, we'll finish this. We'll be done for the day. I'll go off screen. I'm going to go get some pho. Pho. And get rid of the feet for now. Then I will spend the rest of the day doing map stuff. So with any luck, I'll get the rest of the maps done today, and then we'll be moving into. I want to double check the handouts that the players get, like the map handout and some other random stuff. And then once we have that resolved, we'll only have the 2 monster illustrations and like the 16 vignette pieces left, and then importing image documents and hyperlinking everything. So we'll finish the maps. Hopefully we'll finish the maps today. If not today, certainly by Friday. Off screen, and then I think what I'll prioritize is we got to make sure the map assets are done, or the handouts and stuff, that those are all accurate and up to date. And once those are, then we start hyperlinking everything. Like all the rooms get hyperlinked so that when you click on the map, it'll take you to the description of that room specifically. Hyperlink the destination for all the monsters that are in the book, and then can create hyperlinks for every time like ghouls, like a mob of ghouls are mentioned, that it'll take you to the mob of ghouls for you to see the math on it. And then in the mob of ghouls, you can click on ghouls, and that'll take you to the actual ghoul stat block that's further back in the book. So it's just hyperlinked all over the place. It's going to create a very large table of contents inside the PDF, but what's important is that you'll be able to hyperlink all, like the navigation bar at the bottom of the page here. This will take you to the different parts of the adventure, and like each of these buttons is where like one of the dungeon maps are located at. So when you click on the dungeon map, it'll take you to that room page, and then you can easily get back to that dungeon map by clicking on this button again, taking you back to that map. So you can create a feedback, like a little navigation loop that the DM can keep eyes on the map inside of the PDF, and whatever room the team goes to next, you just click on that room and it'll automatically pop that room open it'll jump you to that page, and then you can read through that. And then when they go back to the map, you can click on whichever navigation button you're on to jump back to that map again, and then go to wherever it is that they're going. So you can just follow along where the players go. And since the entire adventure is built so that each dungeon room is resolved on the same page as the map of that dungeon room in the adventure, all the information that you need to operate that room moment by moment is wherever it is that you're active on the screen. So you don't have to do any page turning that you would need to do in the document. You can do just by clicking. It'll automatically take you to that page. Sorry, my brain is leaking out of my head right now for some reason. I feel like we had a masking layer on this guy at one point, and that masking layer is no longer on this guy at this point. I don't know what happened to my navigation window. Oh, there it is. There it is. I had it on the wrong window. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in my life? I get it. All right, Kearney, enough of your dilly-dallying. Get back to work. That way. Sorry, I'm messing around. I'm trying to retain my sanity here. Okay, great. Sometimes I get lost in my own organization, so I have to fiddle around with the window with the layers enough for me to know where I'm at. So I'm now reoriented and capable of proceeding. So tally ho, sally forth. Good. Transform. Let's go here. Get that eye. Again, we're using the Stirge. So we have a haunch in here. I've been enjoying the second season of Landman on Paramount, but whoever's writing the romantic relationships for that show should be fucking fired, because all the relationships are other than the main character
and his wife, all the relationships are absolute dog shit. Like, horribly written, very unnatural, just very contrived timing, unnecessarily dramatic tension, mostly created by ambiguous information and like fucking games and stuff. It's weird. And maybe it's realistic. I don't know. But it's tired. Like, oh no, the lawyer chick slept with a dude after getting drunk, and wouldn't you know it, now she has to work with him. Like, it's super fucking contrived. Very, very tired. But otherwise, it's a fucking great show. I love Landman. And just get me out of these stupid side relationships, and I'm happy as a clam. Hey, what's up?
Once the show starts splitting two people off to share a secret, I'm going with that.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm real picky about shows as well. There are so many shows to watch that if you have to try to convince me, or if I have to chase you to enjoy your show, fuck off. I got more important things to do. There we go.
An overused trope to create.
Yeah.
Like, if you build better characters with more interesting plot lines, you don't need to like fall back on stupid tricks like that.
I mean, maybe it's fine the first 30 years of your life, but you catch on to this shit after a while, and it's like, God, you're tired. Like, every anime is the main hero. Once they find their inner strength, they become invulnerable or indestructible or unbeatable or whatever. It's like, I can guarantee you, it doesn't matter how much inner strength I have, I'm not going to be a millionaire at being an artist. It doesn't matter how hard I concentrate my chi. But the trope is there to teach the lesson of endure through hardship to achieve your goals. Because that's kind of how Japan works. So it's a fairy tale idea of your perseverance will manifest success for you. And that's not... I mean, like, rom-coms kind of have that same sort of feeling to them in America or Western, the Western world. But hey, I mean, they're fiction for a reason, right? That's looking pretty fucking good. Let's add some feet.
Even worse, everyone is... Another one that really bothers you is someone sees something and says something would save everyone, but so as to not look crazy, they keep...
Oh yeah, fuck you, man.
Hey, if you see something, say something.
I need more coffee. This talking about TV tropes makes me want to drink coffee. nerve. Yeah, the more realistically you can make people act and still make your plot work, the better written your fucking plot is. For sure. I'm not bitter or anything about it. Don't worry about me. Go. This one's almost done, and then we'll only have one. This one took about 20 minutes. You see that? That timer to timer, about 20, 25 minutes. It's not so bad. So if I have 40 minutes to complete the last one, I'll fit inside of my 11. Well, I've got 20 minutes left till 11 o'clock, and I had eyeballed I'd be done today by 10. But it's 10:30 now, so it's taking a little bit longer than I originally thought. But that's pretty normal for a fill. That something would take longer than expected is just kind of common around here. Me blowing my own personally set goals is kind of a daily ritual. But we get the thing done. At least it eventually gets done. So I'll take that as a cope. Good. I think I need to slim this up a little bit. And then poof it out up here a little bit more. I'm going to slim this down a little. Whew, man, I am getting hungry. I tell you what. What? Exactly. I could see a life where I got to do this all day, or every week got to do this for 4 hours a day in the morning like this to crack out art, and then have like a good 3-hour block of time in the afternoon for me to do game design stuff and like packaging and marketing and all that crap. If I can somehow build enough speed to have a trajectory to hit $100,000 or more a year in revenue so that I could maintain a lifestyle that I'm used to here in Seattle, I would 100% do that. But it'll take a while. Luckily, I'm not going anywhere, so if it's gonna happen, I'll be around for it. But no guarantees, no assumptions. Obviously, I'm going to do this no matter what. It's just what I do. Streaming like this, regardless of how many people show up, is a means of me being able to at least talk about something and keep my sanity. I can't be isolated for years on end building a book, and then like having it out there for a couple weeks, and then me going back to work for another year or so in private. Like that'll just murder me. I will not survive that. I can't do it. So I started streaming like this basically just so I'd have an outlet for ranting and talking to people about stuff like this while I'm doing art. And I figured, well, if I'm good enough at art and I'm doing enough interesting stuff, I'll eventually attract an audience for me to have conversation with. Phil Cole's not like a Phil guideline. Cheers to Yeah, most TV is not well written. There's not a lot of strong writing out there. I tend to find MTV Productions, which is generally Paramount, has a decent level of quality. Tulsa King has been disappointing me this season, but the prior seasons were good. So
But I think that's a result of them trying to overextend the storyline. It should probably be just a 2-season show, but it seems like they're trying to push it out to 3 or 4, and I think they're having a hard time maintaining a low level of villains that can cause problems but not be completely lethal, which is definitely a challenge. I think I need to increase the size of these claws. Merge down.
Just a spot darker. Just a spot darker than this one. That feels about right.
Actually, I can probably nudge it to there.
Yeah, that'll still be good.
What happens if I scale up the warrior just a smidge?
Yeah, this is feeling pretty good. All right, last one, and then we'll be done. This space is larger than what we're going to be seeing for any of the vignettes that we work on, but if I'm able to produce this level of quality in this amount of time for the rest of the pieces that we're working on, I'm gonna be fucking happy. Get rid of the feet for now. I would be ecstatic. Which also means that on that timeline, I'll probably be doing vignette illustrations in the book until probably mid-January. So on that casual timeline, if I do need to do compositions like this for all of them, it'll probably push out the publishing date till the 22nd or so. Which is fine. There's technically no deadline needed other than me declaring one and seeing if it's even possible for me to get anywhere near to it. Remember, I thought I was going to be done in October. Back in June, when I was eyeballing this, I thought I'd be done in October, and that is proving to be wrong by a quarter. But when I first built the book and I proposed the product, I thought it was going to be done in 16 months. And I took a year off to build the Spelljammer book, sure, but it's still been a 3-year project that's been spaced out over 4 years. Like, this has been such a central component to my productive life for like 40 months. It's honestly a little goddamn ridiculous. So I am not rushing in to start another project of this scale. But I'm glad I've done a project of this scale. It was important for me to do something like this. I needed to produce an adventure because I've never published a professional adventure. I always just build them for my own home table where there's no standards, and stick figures and random Magic the Gathering tokens is good enough for what I need for monsters and shit. But this is a full professional product that is intended for the core audience that this is being made for is professional DMs, because there's 6 different plot hooks that provide different information and set up different type of encounters. It's kind of like Curse of Strahd, where you can really change the tone and flavor of the adventure every time you run it by leaning into the different
plot hooks that are available with their different rewards and all that blah blah blah. So for a professional DM that wants to have a go-to product to use to run, like say, one-shots in Eberron, 7th, 8th level is a high enough level that your characters have a lot of power, that they can kick through stuff, and you can make it a one-shot, or you can stretch it out across 8 episodes, depending on how you're layering it into a campaign. So it's got a lot of flexibility to it, and it touches on a lot of the major factions in Eberron. So it has a lot of utility to it. And there's a almost PvP component to it, where you can randomly roll what each individual character's background plot hook is that got them involved in the mission, and then create a pretext or pretense that you're all, like, say, working for Ader Academy, but some of you are actually working for the 12, or some of you are actually working for the Church of the Silver Flame, or some of you are actually working for the Gatekeepers. So there's different ways that you can conceal information from each other, but each plot hook provides different information and objectives that in some instances are contrary goals. Like, some people want to destroy the artifact, other people want to capture the artifact for their boss or their patron. Some of them don't care about the artifact at all, and your only priority is rescuing the kidnapped villagers that are being sacrificed. So there's a lot of different, like one of the plot hooks is the only thing you have to do is turn on reactivate the teleportation circle that's already built inside of the facilities. And once you turn that on, a SWAT team of 6 CR8 assassins will come through and start cleaning shop. And at that point, your job is just to get out of the way. But if you get feelings and have opinions about what's going on there during the course of the adventure, when the kill squad shows up, there's a chance you're going to want to turn against them and betray your boss, kill the assassins, and I don't know, take the place for yourself or whatever. Certainly deactivate the teleportation circle. But there's a lot of different ways you can spin and mix the adventure into different types of storylines. So it was designed to be flexible like that, to take that whole Jacques your dungeon vibe and apply that to the entire adventure, where there's multiple ways to navigate the story and different dungeons that, depending on what you want to do, there's entire dungeons that you're not even going to touch. But you can chain them all together if you sequence events properly. Each dungeon can lead you to where you're supposed to be, but they can also lead you away to a different dungeon. And then it's up to the DM to decide which dungeon do I want to sequence first, and which direction will they take the team, which encounters in each of those areas do I want to use. And these are all things that the DM can just plug and play, but things are listed as prepared encounters and random encounters and optional encounters. And all the optional encounters are there just to add in additional role-playing opportunities, additional details, additional emotional connections and conviction to the storyline at hand. But a good bulk of you can just plane shift the characters into the final dungeon to defeat the necromancers and claim the artifact for yourself, if you're running a 3-hour one-shot and that's all you plan on using with this for. Or you can stretch it out over 40, 60 hours using all of the bonus content that's in here and then threading it together in the order that is presented. Ignoring all the optional encounters will lead you from the village, through the forest, to the cemetery, to the fortress, to the gatehouse, to the underground facility, to the nexus. But a number of paths can lead you to those things in a different order, or skip entire chunks if you want. But if you ignore every single optional encounter, it will lead you naturally through that entire document to the end point where hopefully you don't get killed. I digress. Like we have a corn maze because you have corn farmers. So there's an entire corn maze that we have built in here with random undead running around inside of it, and like we have a tiles, like 20 tiles set. Like I think they're 100 by they're 200 by I think 100 by 100 foot square blocks, and there's like 16 of them that you can place together like dungeon tiles through the corn mazes to fight undead that are hiding in amongst the stalks. That can be used once we get this published. Like in October, when Halloween comes around, we can extract all those cornfield elements and just create a corn maze challenge for people to run around and fuck around inside of during, if you're having a Halloween game. We could put like the pumpkin keen or something like that somewhere inside of the cornfield maze that you have to find and, defeat before it destroys Halloween or whatever. But most of the elements that are in here are reusable for different things that will hopefully be able to churn out as different fun options for people to use here. And one second. I don't know what I was talking about. I just woke up again. Sorry. Trim that down a little bit. Need to bloat up that abdomen.
Hey, what's up? Hey, welcome back. Cheers. Yeah, my computer working while my wife watches her shows, so I have more knowledge of 90 Day Fiancé than I
have. I feel you, man. I feel you. Been there, done that. Would do again. See if I can get that web, if I can get that. There. Bring that in a bit, expand out that abdomen a little bit more, just to get the chunkiness of it. We're so far into the stream today that I've just about burned out on speaking. So you can notice I'm talking less and less as we continue on. I've got generally about 3 hours of conversation in me at any given time. And we're pushing into our fourth, almost fifth. We'll be pushing to about 5 hours today, just like we did yesterday. And also, like yesterday, I basically ran out of shit to say after a while. It's like I feel I've spoken my mind for the day. I got 20 minutes left for me to stay on time. Yeah, it's 10:55. I've got 35 minutes, so almost 2 20-minute bursts. And I've got very little left to do on this.
If I stream, I immediately run out of stuff to say. I'm just sitting here drawing and checking out your piece as I go along.
Yeah, this is, like I say, this is, if people want to treat this as a study hall environment where there's some just low-key music rolling around in the background and me ranting about shit that you can kind of check in, check out from, then I'm serving a good use for the people. Like having a space where it's like, you know, just do like study hall in high school is just like a bunch of us would cluster over to the side of the classroom, and just we'd all be drawing, and we'd pass pieces back and forth when we'd finish them and stuff. It was fun. Study hall is when I got a lot of my DM prep done. Because my parents would hound me about activities that, you know, homework done, and, you know, once you get out of the house, or, you know, go take care of this or that, do your chores, blah blah blah. Like study hall was the one place where I could really just sit and focus in on making a dungeon, or figuring out the stat blocks of something, or fleshing out a storyline or whatever. Loved me some study hall. It was a great emotional break from my day of schooling. And so I like that. I like that low-key vibe. Just feels like my youth, you know? Feels like growing up. There we go. There. Yeah. Actually, I think I want to take the wing here and raise it up a little bit like that. There, stay on target. Almost there. That feels pretty good. Okay, that feels good. Let's fur it up a little bit. And this is in the foreground, so we can do little hints of detail, more hints of detail than on the other pieces. So I can cut across the wing like this and fuzz out that space there for some negative space inference. And then the wing here in the foreground compared to the head cuts off the fuzziness that's going on with its skull. We have this mound here. Some more fuzz in here. Let's clean up that proboscis a little bit to make it a little bit sharper. There we go. Let's go like this. Along the edge of the wing. Good. Fuzz over here as well. Let's curve that in here so it's a bit more tapered. Good. And let's keep fuzzing it. That. And now feet. Put these in here. Let's grab this and make it a little bit bigger. Blah, 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 bigger. Free transform. Tilt. Positioned. Good. There's one. Let's grab another leg here. Put that one in here like this. This one, a bit further back like that, and let's get some more legs in here. Like that. Put some fuzz on that leg. And then we got another one down in here. There we go. Okay, cool. So let's take all of these and push them all up to 100%. Merge these down. I think I need this wing to be a little bit bigger. And then this wing. There. All right, and now let's do the same thing that we did with the soldier. Again, very mild detail, just hinting at stuff, but a little bit more than what this character has. So we're gonna do a little bit more lighting and texture down inside here throughout the wings to give it a little bit more presence. Like that. Yeah, like that. There we go. Let's push that eraser up to 100% and chew into this texture a little bit here to help reduce its presence and fuzz it up a smidge. There we go, like that. So far, so good. So what? Taking the same fuzz line here and basically creating the spherical form of the body by adding in layers of this fuzzy fur that we've established already with the other pieces, so it becomes layers of curve on the ball shape of the body. You see? And we got like the limb in here, we have a limb in here, a limb in here, not a lemon like the plant or reject. No. I mean limbs, the bug legs, the limbs of the bug here. We have a little bit of highlighting underneath the belly here to create that form. And then let's get rid of the foreground real quick and just focus in here so we can then bring this in here like that. You can see how the body, see that's more detail than this, and certainly more detail than here and here, which are just basically outlines plus some fuzzy fur. So this is closer than the other things are because it has more detail. Yeah, we're looking at its back. It's flying from the camera towards the warrior at his flank. The warrior doesn't even see this one yet. It's gonna get him. Oh, I'm gonna get ya. That was always the plan, Tony. There. And if I really want to emphasize that, I can double down on it. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. That might be stronger than I want it to be. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
There we go.
I think we're done.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Okay, so we'll call this. We're gonna go ahead and call this done. I always have the right to come back and fuck with something later on, and I may very well decide to do so. But this is a great little piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively done, right? As done as it feels going to allow something to be at the moment. Man, what a good time. And it's 11:13. This was a good piece. This was a lot of fucking fun. We got this done. We started at 7. We started at 7 o'clock today. It was a late start for us. And we finished at 11:15, so that was about a 4-hour process to finish this piece. Not bad. This one took us 8 sessions. What was it? 8 sessions at an hour and a half each. So that was about 12 hours that we worked on this one. Obviously a lot more complicated. This piece here took about 3 hours. All right, I'm going to hit save. And we're going to pull up my list of things to do. My left to-do list. We're going to scratch Stirge Mob off the list. Now we need to go back and do the Plague Tree, and I never made a Vulpina Creeper. I need to make the Vulpina Creeper. And then we have our list of texture stuff here, like the different pages that we need to potentially put little corner texture pieces in that, God willing, will only take like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to do each. And then here's all the key and label stuff that we still like, all the optional encounters. We want to put the monsters on the map to show where those monsters should be at. Some encounters have random variables, like there could be like D4 plus 3 ghouls in this area, but if they aren't there, if there's a chance that they're not there, I don't put them on the map. If they are listed as, in this prepared encounter, these monsters are here, then I include those monsters. I don't include like the mercenaries and the lab, like the lab techs and random people that are just like say in the facility or at a fort or something, because there can be a variable numbers of them. I provide all the tokens for all the monsters and NPCs as well as all the maps, without the monsters automatically being plugged into them, so you can drag and drop the map onto your VTT and then use your torchlight effect to limit the field of vision inside of the fog, because regardless of whether because it's always dim light, so if they have a torch, that just means that they get bright light within the reach of their vision. It gets obscured by the fog, whether they're in darkness or in light. The fog will turn to blackness after a certain distance, but if you have a lantern or a torch with you, the fog then turns everything beyond the normal scope. It just washes it out, because the light keeps bouncing off all the particles of the fog that you're in. It still obscures vision beyond its certain either 20 feet or 40 feet, depending on how thick it is in the area that you're in. And we provide those, like that light and dark indicator of being well lit, dim lit, or dark. And then we also have the density of the fog that your character's in on each individual map. So we have those icons there that gives you the idea of like what your visibility is in the area. And then all the unique icons that explain all the threats and hazards that are present there, aside from the monsters that appear on the map. So that's the idea. So the rest of my day, once I get done with my the rest of my day is getting keys dropped in. Here, we're here, because I need to paint the Vulpina Creeper to include it on the maps where the Vulpina Creeper is at.
And I need to finish out, like this is for the farmhouse. I need to finish out the icon key for the farmhouse, and then we'll be dropping down into like the cemetery map, the fortress, and the underground facility. I didn't add all like the Vulpina, Lotharia, and the mushroom patches, and the crystal outgrowths, and the moss colonies, all these little pockets that create different types of hazards. I need to add those to the map because they're not currently bound into the map. It has a hazard-free map currently that we were originally using for placement, but I need to go back through and add a shitload of hazard icon tokens to all the different maps. So I'll be doing that today, and then on Friday, and probably some on Saturday, and hopefully be done with all that stuff by Monday next week. I actually work on Monday the 29th. Tomorrow's Christmas, 25, and then I'll be back on Friday after that, and then Saturday morning we'll continue with game design, like making Strixhaven athletes, and walking through the changes that we found for the Strixhaven Mage Tower match, and then that'll be my Saturday, and then on Monday I'll have the morning stream like we normally have. I'll go do my day of work, and then I'll be off the rest of the week. So we'll come back on Tuesday and Wednesday and do like our 4-hour jam, and then do offline stuff. And hopefully by Wednesday next week, we'll be done with these 2 remaining monster illustrations for the Vulpina Creeper and the Plague Tree. And then we'll start working on these little texture corner bits. Like these are all the pages that have like these little corner vignettes we were talking about, like little things like this big on the page that are too big to ignore. That's too big. Like stuff like this size. That's a little bit too big to ignore. But when we're looking at the balance of the page, we'll be able to decide, like, do we need something here, or does the page look balanced without it? So far, these are all the pages in the book that feel like the corner needs something to balance the piece. And I don't know what that is. So we'll look at what the individual page is when we open it and see what's on that page, and hopefully that'll spark some sort of creative burst of, oh, we can put like this little thing in there, and then we'll occupy that space with whatever that little thing is. There's like what? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. God willing, we don't actually need 28 different pieces, and for the ones that we do, with God's grace, we'll be able to finish each one in an hour, so that we can get this thing published in January. Fuck. It always takes longer than I thought, so I'm still hoping for like a January 16th, somewhere around there, publish date. But I mean, if it ends up sliding back to the end of the month or even the beginning of February, it is what it's gonna be. I just want the thing to look good, and so far it looks fucking awesome. So I am absolutely thrilled with everything that we've been doing with this book. All right, that's enough pontification, right? I'm going to kick on out of here for now. And Merry Christmas, happy Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa to everybody that doesn't have a specific one that they show appreciation for during the year. And I'll see all you guys on Friday. So, cheers.
Thanks, Rel.
Thanks, Steph. Thanks to all the people that are hanging out in the audience. I really appreciate y'all. See you on the other side.